The Senate votes for the official debt ceiling hike, and it comes to a bill of $480 billion. So we will talk just a bit about what that means and what's going on with that, and where we go from there. In other news, jobless claims start to drop significantly after people are forced to go back to work to get off unemployment. The continuing claims do remain to be somewhat stagnant, though, so we'll talk just a bit about what's going on with that. The Donald tells 4 former aides to defy the January 6th committee subpoena, so we'll talk just a bit about what's going on there. And the suspected Texas school shooter is being released on bond, and the mainstream media still isn't talking very much about it. It's going to be all this and more. Let's go, Brandon. I'm Jay Edgar, and this is Contemporary. Good morning, Edheads. Welcome to Contemporary. My name is Jay Edgar, and, well, we have a fairly slow show this morning here. There actually wasn't a lot. There were almost no tabs when I went to bed last night. I was able to come and pick up a couple more to talk about here as we were going. And I do apologize for being a little bit late too. I was filibustering a little bit off of that one because my allergies finally got so bad I actually had to get up and take something. So, I've been up and, it's probably going to kick in probably about the time we're talking about the alleged school shooter in Texas. And by that point, this little bit of high energy I have going on here, plus with the runny nose and everything, by that point I'm probably going to be standing over here hunched over the microphone and brains. But, we got to do what we got to do, and yeah, it was bad enough here. I think I sneezed 8 times just sitting in this chair, organizing the news. So that was when I decided it was time to go up and I hate taking medicine for anything at all. I do. But it's either that or not function here, so we will see how long it takes for that to kick in. But before we get started, we've got to get in and sell the wares here. So let's get in here. Let's get the monitors up. Let's see what you guys are doing. Let's see what you guys are saying here. And let's go from there. No man buns. No man buns. But I'm gonna have some fun with this, and you will see at Halloween how I'm gonna have some fun with this before I donate it, by the way. But let's get in and sell the wares here. Let's go. And let's start with going and checking out the new webpage. Even though it's still just a start page right now, please go and check out and bookmark TurnSomePagesProductions.com. Go and check that out. It's going to be a great time, and we are going to carry great shows such as The Generational Gap, The Daily Ignoramus. I'm sorry, not The Generational Gap. They don't exist anymore. The Porch Boys, The Daily Ignoramus, The Breakdown with Birkenhoff, The R-Rated Conservative, and The Freckles and Brit Show. Go check out the channel. Go check out everything that's coming off of there. Freckles and Brit Show should be on later on today as well, by the way. But go check that out. Go bookmark the page. We'll have some written articles. We'll have ways for you to directly support great creators. We're planning on integrating a merch shop, but right now we're just trying to raise up a little bit of money so we can go and get started and go and help the people go and get famous. That's part of the process here. Get famous or die trying, they say off of this here. But if you want to help out, you can go donate $1, $5, $10, maybe $50. You don't have to be as generous as some of our donors here, but go throw a couple of bucks at a GoFundMe we have going on here. Let me get that up in the chat for you guys. There we go. So you can go and check that out as well. Please, just a $5 bill will help us out. It'll help us get to our goal here, help make sure that Bobby Joe gets paid. That's what we want to see. We want to make sure that Bobby Joe gets paid, so go and check that out. The link is going to be in the chat here. Yeah, and if you don't want to be anonymous, and we do have some anonymous donors, so I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can see who you are, and I'm very thankful to you. But if you want to remain anonymous, you can remain anonymous. Otherwise, those who have chosen not to remain anonymous will get a thank you. at the bottom of the page when we get started, because you guys were the ones who helped launch off the page. So definitely go and check that out. turnsofpagesproductions.com, coming soon, 45 days or bust. All right, let's get into it here. Starting here with the Dow. The Dow, of course, went up yesterday by quite a margin. Almost a full percent throughout the day yesterday to 34,754.94. And, well, with the debt ceiling raised, all the businesses think that they can come back and exploit you for all of your money again. All your taxpayer money, of course, not your extra money, but they'll go back and exploit you for your regular money too. So now they can go get your tax money out there. They can get their bailouts. They can get this, that, and the next thing. And everybody can look back at this and say, oh, sweet, now we can go invest in these companies risk-free again. So, of course, the Dow is going to go up throughout all this. Plus, we are coming into cold season, and the fuel prices are going to be the big kicker on what happens with the industrial average. Looking in at your Bitcoin, let's refresh that because I picked that one up last night. Your Bitcoin is at $54,938 US dollars and 50 US cents, a slight drop off from yesterday. Actually, it's holding about even because, what was it? It was the night before last. I looked at it was 55,000. It was at 54,000 yesterday. So actually, I think it might be a little bit up from yesterday. But I know last night it was at 53,000, so it's kind of holding. Hopefully this is a new steady mark for it, for those of you who choose to invest in Bitcoin or choose to donate Bitcoin so that your favorite creator can go and buy a different cryptocurrency like Cardano or Ethereum. But yeah, go and check that out if you are interested in Bitcoin. It looks like it's on the rise. So consult with your financial advisor and see if Bitcoin is best for you. Let's look in at your metal prices. Looking in at some of that here. Looks like bare copper bright wire is up. Copper is on the downtrend, even though I see a lot of green over here. Copper's on the downtrend, steel's on the uptrend, and aluminum is back on the uptrend. On your individuals, bare bright copper wire, tubing are both up. Flashing copper, insulated copper are down. Number 2, copper tubing is up. Thin wire, Romex wire are both up. On brass shells are both down. On your iron, steel, BX is up to 1/4 pound. Light iron, number 1 steel, cast iron and rotors, and a complete card shreddable steel are all down. So it always surprises me when I look at these numbers here, because when we look at the average per metal, it sometimes doesn't shake out to what we see in some of the individuals. It looks like steel should be down according to everything we see here, but they're sure telling us it's up. And the aluminum national average, let's go look at aluminum here. Siding is up. Looks like all aluminums are up. Siding is up. Clean aluminum copper fin is up. Aluminum radiators are up. Cans are up. Sheet aluminum's up. Rims are up. So it looks like everything went up there as well. Catalytic converters are, for the most part, looks like entirely up. Compressors are down. Alternators are down. So a lot of stuff moving here. A lot of stuff shaking. So it looks like maybe hold on to that metal for a little while longer and see if it goes up a little bit higher. All right, let's check in with IBD here for the morning. Dow Jones Futures Treasury yields rise ahead of key jobs report for market rally. From Ed Carson. Dow Jones Futures tilted higher Friday morning, along with S&P 500 futures and NASDAQ futures, while Treasury yields continue to rise with the September jobs report on tap. The stock market rally attempt had a solid Thursday, but the major indices backed off key levels while volume declined. Bottom line, it remains a stock market correction. Friday could be a pivotal day with the jobs report driving the market action. C Limited, Ford, Advanced Micro Devices, and Zscaler were among a slew of stocks flashing buy signals. SE stock, AMD stock, and ZS broke... fucking advertisement. SE stock, AMD, and ZS broke trend lines as they rebounded from their 50-day lines. Ford cleared a handle that was fractionally too low to be considered an official buy point. Investors should also keep a close eye on Microsoft, Nvidia, and Google parent Alphabet. These 3 institutional quality stocks all move back to their 50-day lines as they work on bases. If they can push higher, they would offer early entries. If they get turned away, they could be possible shorts. Meanwhile, Tesla is holding its annual shareholder meeting Thursday afternoon at its new factory near Austin, Texas. Elon Musk confirmed there will be no Tesla Cybertruck or other new models over the next year. He also indicated 4,680 battery cells are not yet ready. Tesla stocks were steady on Friday morning after settling at its best close since nearly 8 months. The Tesla shareholder meeting comes as recent news from GM, Lucid Motors, Rivian Automotive suggests they could erode Tesla's enviable status, while Ford is also stepping up in electric vehicles. In addition to Ford, GM flashed an early entry away from its 200-day line. LCID stock is working on a handle in a bottoming base. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool to watch here in the electric vehicle wars. Still, for me, I would probably wait a little while to see how these things are performing, but I mean, Tesla is performing well. Tesla definitely seems to be performing well as it goes, but, you know, I'm the kind of guy that waits for technology. I'm still using 4G on my phone. Part of that's because I'm cheap, but, I mean, you look at all this kind of stuff here, and you look at where all this goes. I think electric vehicles are cool. I don't know how well the technology is tested, but I also waited to get into multi-port fuel injection. Hell, I waited to get into fuel injection. I didn't have a fully fuel-injected car until I was 18. I believe. Let me rethink that for just a sec. No, 17. 17. I didn't have a fuel-injected vehicle until I was 17. I didn't have one with multi-port until I was 23. Everything else was either TBI or carbureted. And there goes the Instagram video. Yeah, this whole Instagram platform is getting worthless, so we'll figure that out as we go. Maybe it's just my phone, too. Alright, anyway, moving on here. Tesla is on the IBD leaderboard, along with Microsoft, Google, AMD, and NVIDIA stock. AMD stock is on Swing Trader. Microsoft and Google are on the IBD long-term leaders. Google and ZS are on the IBD 50, which has a number of actionable names right now, not memes, names. KDZ has a number of actionable memes. But IBD 50 has a number of actionable names right now. A number of different places. Economists expect the September jobs report to show non-farm payrolls gain of 475,000, with the jobless rate dipping to 5.1%. That should be enough for the Federal Reserve to formally agree on scaling back bond purchases at the early November policy meeting. Investors will want to see a pickup in hiring from August's 235,000 jobs to show that the economic recovery is on track, but too fast hiring could send Treasury yields sharply higher and raise expectations for a faster Fed bond taper. Yeah, and we'll talk a bit about that as well, because I put a separate main topic about the 326,000 jobless claims for the month and how that's dropping through. All right, from the futures, Dow futures rose 0.1% versus fair value. S&P 500 futures and NASDAQ 100 futures climbed 0.1%. The 10-year Treasury yield extended Thursday's gains overnight, briefly hitting 1.6. The 10-year yield is now up 1 basis point to 1.58%. Crude oil futures rose slightly overnight after reversing higher on Thursday. The jobs report will be out at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That will be sure to swing Dow futures and Treasury yields, and it could take a while before the market decides if the jobs report was bullish or bearish. The Senate voted Thursday night to raise the debt ceiling limit into December, as Democrats went along with Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's offer for a short-term debate hike. The House must okay the measure and send it to President Biden to head off a government default. Remember, overnight action in Dow futures and elsewhere doesn't necessarily translate into actual trading in the next regular stock market session. A lot of stuff going on here. A lot of stuff moving, a lot of stuff shaking, and we will start to see where this goes throughout the day here and over the weekend as well. And honestly, especially with the borrowing, I'm thinking that's what's driving the Bitcoin up, in spite of the fact that it glows. That's going to be the one that's going to drive that up. So we will see what happens with that and where that goes. Let's grab one from the New York Post on the finance here, and then we will move into the big news of the day. From the New York Post's Will Fewer. Dow surges 500 points as lawmakers reach deal on the debt limit. The Dow Jones Industrial Average and other major U.S. stock indices surged Thursday after lawmakers reached a deal on the short-term debt limit extension, avoiding, for now, an unprecedented and potentially devastating U.S. debt default. The Dow rose as much as 530 points, or 1.5% Thursday, while the S&P 500 also surged 1.5%. The NASDAQ saw gains as much as 1.7%. Thursday's rally helped the major indices recover from a slump earlier this week that hammered big tech companies and other growth stocks. All three major indices are now in the green for the week. The gains were spread widely across sectors, with everything from big tech and major retailers to industrials and pharmaceuticals posting gains. The rally comes after Senate Majority Leader Charles U. Schumer announced that lawmakers have reached a deal to temporarily increase the debt ceiling, avoiding a U.S. government debt default that could have been devastating for the global economy. The deal will extend the debt ceiling through early December, he said. Uncertainty over whether lawmakers would reach a deal in time has loomed over investors in recent days, pressuring stock prices. Today's market is driven by a slight move in Washington towards rationality about being able to pay their bills, write some checks, said Kim Forrest, Chief Investment Officer at Bokeh Capital Partners in Pittsburgh. She added, though, that some recent positive economic data is likely helping buoy investor confidence. U.S. companies created 568,000 new jobs in September, more than economists had expected, and topping the prior month's gains in a sign of renewed recovery in the labor market, according to data published Wednesday from payroll processing firm ADP. So we will see what's happening with that. We will touch on all of that as we get into the big news of the day. Let's get into it. Let's go, starting with CNN. Senate votes to extend debt ceiling through early December from Claire Ferran and Ali Zaslav. The Senate voted 50 to 48 Thursday evening to extend the nation's debt limit through early December after Democrats and Republicans reached a deal to avert the economic disaster following weeks of partisan deadlock over the issue. The House will next have to approve the extension before it can be sent to Biden for his signature. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer said late Thursday that the House will convene on Tuesday to vote on the bill. Senate Majority Leader Chuck U. Schumer announced Thursday morning that the deal had been reached, paving the way for the final vote later in the day. An aide familiar with negotiations told CNN that the deal is to increase the debt ceiling by $480 billion, which is how much the Treasury Department told Congress it would need to get to December 3rd. The announcement came a day after Minority Leader Mitch McConnell publicly floated a debt ceiling proposal which sparked negotiations between the two parties to reach an agreement. Both parties have made clear the country must not default, and that even coming close to it would likely bring catastrophic economic consequences. Yet, while the debt limit extension stands to avert immediate economic disaster, it does not resolve the underlying partisan stalemate over the issue. It merely delays the fight until another day. In addition, Joe Manchin and several Republican senators sharply criticized as overly partisan a floor speech Schumer delivered moments after 10 GOP senators joined Democrats in voting to advance the bill. Republicans have been insistent that Democrats must act alone to address the debt limit through a process known as reconciliation. Democrats have argued that the issue is a shared bipartisan responsibility and that process is too lengthy and unwieldy, and that the risk of miscalculation would be too high. The fundamental dispute remains, setting up a high-stakes showdown in early December as we go into Christmas, and we're going to do this all again. Lawmakers will also have to deal with the expiration of government funding in the same time frame after recently passing a short-term extension to avert a shutdown that lasts only through December 3rd. Okay, I actually have to go back and look at that because I was to the understanding that this next crisis that we see going off of that was to go through December 3rd of next year. But I keep seeing more and more articles tell me it's supposed to be for this year. So that's something I have to look into. A debt ceiling limit and the government shutdown looming right before Christmas, though, that's going to be a fun one to do. And, of course, that's going to be another one that's going to plaster our headlines. I mean, we're going to have headlines from here to here. If that's true, if they're going to do the government shutdown and the debt ceiling at the same time coming up in a couple months, coming up before Christmas, then yeah, we'll have headlines stretched from here to here just on that topic, but we will see what happens with that. This is kind of a broad overview of everything. We've got some specifics I want to go into with this. Let's look at Fox Business. Senate votes to lift debt ceiling by $480 billion, from Thomas Barabi. Senators voted to approve a short-term increase in the federal debt ceiling on Thursday night, ending a weeks-long standoff on Capitol Hill and likely averting a default that could have triggered a recession. We're kind of already in a recession. Senate Democrats passed the $480 billion increase by a simple majority vote of 50 to 48. The vote on the final measure occurred after 11 GOP lawmakers joined Democrats in a vote to invoke cloture, clearing the 60-vote filibuster threshold. A little bit of a side story, a little bit of backstory. The original name for Freedom Scoop, before we got into that, before Jake and I actually got involved and started pulling people on, it was happening during, I believe, the Kavanaugh hearing. No, it wasn't the Kavanaugh hearings, because I was still living in redacted at that time. Double redacted at that time. What was it? What did he call that? Or what was going on at the time? There was something else going on. They were doing something filibustered. And it was actually called the Cloture Club. But that was kind of a short-term thing. That's where Freedom Scoop came from, and that's where we kind of started to build things off of. And then, you know, Jake, for all of everything else that goes on with him, he got his dream job, and now he can't really hang out with us anymore. But, I mean, it's still cool. But yeah, when I saw Cloture, that was the first thing that I thought of was, oh yeah, that's what we were going to call that, Cloture Club. All right, let's get back up on the monitors here. I had to drop the volume a little bit here. The 11 Republicans who voted to allow the measure to proceed were Mitch McConnell, John Thune, John Cornyn, Lisa Murkowski, Shelley Moore Capito, Richard Shelby, Rob Portman, Susan Collins, John Barrasso, Mike Rounds, and Roy Blunt. The bill will now proceed to the House, where lawmakers could consider it by as early as next week. The $480 billion increase is enough to fund the government through at least early December, which is amazing, by the way. That is more than $1 for every man, woman, and child in this country, plus the illegals, just to fund the government for 2 months. Let's actually do that. Let's grab the calculator here for just a second, because I'm curious what the exact number is. Let's see. 480, and we'll go with 357. That's $1.35 for every man, woman, child, and undocumented immigrant in this country. $1.34 per, just to fund the government for 2 months. Think about that. Think about that, and think about the fact that we need to start telling our congresspeople it's time to cut fucking spending. The bill will now proceed to the House, where lawmakers could consider it by as early as next week. The $480 billion increase is enough to fund the government through at least early December. Senate Majority Leader Charles U. Schumer said the successful vote avoided a first-ever Republican-manufactured default on the national debt. He pledged to continue work towards passing the President Biden's infrastructure and social spending bills, because of course he did. With America honoring its full faith and credit, Senate Democrats are continuing our work to build back better, help people and families, fight climate change, create the good-paying jobs of tomorrow, and rekindle that optimism that has long been the core of America's identity, Schumer wrote on Twitter. So, yeah, they're all happy about that. $480 billion, though. Why can we not cut spending by that? Well, I know why we can't cut spending by that much now, and now they want to go spend more. No, Katie said, it's 1 and 1 is 3. And I'm the cult of personality. I tell you, 1 and 1 is 3. Alright, we can actually probably skip this one because they are talking about the 11 senators that voted with, which, I mean, it's another one here. Oh, well, hey, we name the people when they do something bad, and now we're going to come out and name them when we do something good as well. Yeah, we're going to skip that one, just because we talked about this in the Fox Business one here. But I do want to talk about the speech. Now, we talked just a bit about this one in the Senate, or in the CNN article. One and the same, of course. But a lot of what's going on here, a lot of what people are talking about is the speech that came from from Senator Schumer, rather, basically placing the blame firmly into the camp of Republicans off of this in a very, very partisan speech after they came together in a bipartisan manner. But this does kind of tell you what the mindset is that we're going to see in this, because anything that goes wrong in the government is always going to be Republicans' fault, and Democrats have their pocket media sitting in their hands to come and, instruct them what to tell the American people of what it actually is versus the reality of what's going on here. So, reading from the New York Post, Manchin blasts Schumer's GOP bashing floor speech, civility is gone, from Kenneth Garger. Senator Manchin couldn't bear to watch Senate Majority Leader Charles U. Schumer's GOP trashing floor speech Thursday night, covering his face and ultimately walking away during the comments. The animated reaction came as Schumer was speaking before the Senate officially extended the government's borrowing authority and was all captured by a C-SPAN camera. So this is a 32-second clip. I do want to see what clip they have here. Okay. So what we can do with that, and they queued it up down here, but we can actually look at some of this as well. Watch some of the speech here. It's a 3-minute speech. Of course, New York Post only shows the good part. So let's actually look at this speech here. Let's watch a little bit of this. Let's see what's going on with this. I might skip around a little bit on this here, but let's do that. Let's see what they're doing here, and we will check in with the New York Post again.
Now, Mr. President, in a few moments, the Senate will pass an extension of the debt limit through early December, avoiding a first-ever Republican-manufactured default on the national debt. On Monday morning, I said we needed to pass a bill to address the debt limit by the end of the week, and that is exactly what we did. Republicans played a dangerous and risky partisan game, and I am glad that their brinksmanship did not work. For the good of America's families, for the good of our economy, Republicans must recognize in the future that they should approach fixing the debt limit in a bipartisan way. What is needed now is a long-term solution, so we don't go through this risky drama every few months. And we hope Republicans will join in enacting a long-term solution to the debt limit in December. We're ready to work with them. Leader McConnell and Senate Republicans insisted they wanted a solution to the debt ceiling, but said Democrats must raise it alone by going through a drawn-out, convoluted, and risky reconciliation process. That was simply unacceptable to my...
Look, you can see him there in the background. Look at him go. Let's back that up just a few seconds here. Let's go back to here.
Long-term solution to the debt limit in December.
Let's draw that back and let's do a play-by-play here.
Ready to work with them.
Look, there's Manchin. Is he fucking kidding me? What the fuck what's he saying? What the fuck? Seriously?
But said Democrats must raise it alone by going through a drawn
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Is he actually coming out here and saying this? What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fucking hell? Seriously?
Finally realized that their obstruction was not going to work. I very much thank my Democratic colleagues for showing our unity in solving this Republican-manufactured crisis.
Is he seriously saying this, man? What the fuck?
From Leader McConnell and members of his conference, our caucus held together, and we've pulled our country back from the cliff's edge that Republicans tried to push us over. This is a temporary but necessary and important fix.
He's seriously keeping going, isn't he?
Today, we were able to raise the debt limit without a convoluted and unnecessary reconciliation process that until today, the Republican leader claimed was the only way.
This fucking prick. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Jesus. I can't listen to this bullshit.
That the debt limit.
A play-by-play for you of what's going through Manchin's head as this speech continues to go. As Schumer cast blame on Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and GOP senators, Manchin first appeared to shake his head, then pressed his palms into his face in dismay. And there's more quotes from that. Less than a minute later, as Schumer continued targeting McConnell, Manchin was seen walking away. Afterwards, outside the chamber, Manchin condemned the speech. "I don't think that was appropriate at this time," Manchin told reporters. "We have to de-weaponize. You can't be playing politics. None of us can, on both sides," Manchin said. "Civility is gone." No Republicans voted to approve the actual legislation, raising the debt ceiling, but a party line 50-48 vote was a foregone conclusion after 11 GOPers voted to end the debate on the measure minutes earlier. Ron's muting that. He muted that. Why did he mute that? Because he didn't get to hear my play-by-play of it. Come on, Ron. Do we have to go back and do the play-by-play? Do I have to go back and do the play-by-play again for Ron? Votes? You want to do the play-by-play again? No. We do have to get through this because I have to get out and head to work. But hey, luckily the allergy medicine's kicking in already. So that's what we see coming off of that. And yeah, I mean, it's $480 billion is a bunch of fucking money. A bunch of money. By the way, I do want to remind everybody that if you're lurking, make sure you get some comments in today because I didn't say it at the top of the show, but all your names from the week are written down here. So I can say a special thank you at the end of the show. And we'll be doing some live chat again today. So make sure that you get those comments in if you're just lurking right now. And hey, if they're sufficiently stupid, or if they're sufficiently spicy, racist, or otherwise, they'll raise the intellectual level of the show. And of course, they'll get read on the air. I mean, something's got to raise the intellectual level of the show. But that's what we see coming off of that. Let's grab one from CNBC. Let's talk about the jobless claim for just a second. We talked a bit about this in the finance sector, but I think this was enough to talk about on its own. So let's read from CNBC. Jobless claims post sharp decline to 326,000, better than expectations, from Jeff Cox. The total of Americans submitting jobless claims fell sharply last week as enhanced federal unemployment benefits wound down, the Labor Department reported on Thursday. Initial filings for unemployment benefits totaled a seasonally adjusted 326,000 for the week ended October 2nd, below the 345,000 Dow Jones estimate and a drop from the previous week's 364,000. The numbers came at a time when most pandemic-related programs that extended the unemployment benefits are winding down, and amid hopes that declining COVID cases, which they're doing for convenience by the way, will spark a round of more aggressive hiring heading into the fall. Stock market futures rose slightly following the report, adding to already strong gains. Government bond yields were also higher. The weekly total was the lowest level since September 4th and reverses a trend of rising claims over the past 3 weeks. However, the 4-week moving average, which smooths weekly volatility in the numbers, edged higher to 344,000. Continuing claims, which run a week behind, and a total of those who have filed for at least 2 weeks of benefits, also posted a healthy decline, dropping to 97,000 to 2.1 million, dropping 97,000 to 2.71 million. Which that's still, a ridiculous number. And these people are trying to come out here and say this is another big win, that your continuing claims, your claims that keep going week after week, month after month, year after year, only dropped 97,000 after all these programs start to dry up. That's actually a little bit concerning. And 2.71 million continuing claims. There's still 2.71 million people who are chronically unemployed. A notable change occurred in those receiving benefits under all programs. That total, which runs through September 18th, dropped by 854,638, almost all of which came from pandemic-related programs and extended benefits. There are now 4.17 million workers getting benefits compared with just over 5 million for the previous week and 24.6 million a year ago. California accounted for a big chunk of the drop in initial claims, with a decrease of 10,513, according to unadjusted numbers. The District of Columbia saw a decline of 3,951, and Texas was down 3,099. The report comes a day ahead of the Labor Department's non-farm payrolls tally for September. Economists expect that report to show an increase of 500,000 jobs and an unemployment rate decline to 5.1%. And there's a correction issued here. Economists expect the Labor Department's non-farm payrolls tally for September to show an increase of 500,000. An earlier version misstated the figure. So, looking at this, looking at what we have going on here, and the fact that, yes, right now, most of your programs are over. We have only added 340... I'm sorry, let's look back and make sure we got the numbers correct. Otherwise, they'll come down and say, you're spreading misinformation. So with all those dropping off, your initial claims have still dropped. We're still losing 326,000 jobs a week, even with all the programs expiring. And I still don't accept those numbers. They're not as bad as they were. You know, there was a point where we were losing 1 million jobs a week. But the continuing, that's the number that I kind of want to focus on here. The continuing benefits. Only losing 97,000. Only 97,000 people are coming off of unemployment to go back to work out of the week. So yeah, the initial jobless claims are down, and you know people are more reluctant to let people go right now because hey, we need to have these people coming into work. But it's the chronic. It's the chronic that I want to focus on here because I mean there are people who have been out there and not working for sometimes almost 2 years at this point. Now, not all of them, of course. A lot of people have been on again, off again to go to work here and again, but still, we're at 2.71 million people who are chronically unemployed at this point. And, you know, now what's going to happen where the benefits are expiring and people are going onto a welfare system or something else like that. Or into the state's care or something else like that. How much of this is going to be just benefits expiring and people dropping off, but still remaining chronically unemployed? We'll have to see coming up as we go into the next few months, but, I mean, these are still big numbers to watch for. But the entire world is going to focus on this number up here, 326,000. The initial jobless claims. Those are falling! We're saved! All right. Speaking of things that might make people unemployed, Elon Musk announces Tesla's headquarters will move to Austin. And all of Twitter says, hooray! We're bluing Texas some more! Yay! From KXAN's Jacqueline Ramkissoon, that's how you pronounce that, Tesla CEO Elon Musk announced Thursday he's moving the headquarters of his electric car brand from Palo Alto, California to Austin, Texas. Musk said, I'm excited to announce that we're moving our headquarters to Austin, Texas, during an annual meeting with stockholders. This comes after Tesla announced last summer Travis County would be the site of its new Gigafactory. Just this month, the automaker ramped up hiring for the factory, posting hundreds of new available jobs. Our factory is 5 minutes from the airport, 15 minutes from downtown. We're going to create an ecological paradise because we're right on the Colorado River. It's going to be great, Musk said to stockholders on Thursday. Austin Mayor Steve Adler released a statement after the announcement saying, "We welcome Tesla home." It's a tech company that creates the clean manufacturing middle-skill jobs Austin needs. We're one of the safest big cities with a strong, innovative, and entrepreneurial, environmentally focused culture, and Tesla fits right in. Tesla is now an even larger part of the community that works together to meet our challenges and enjoy a magical city, Adler said in a statement. Dude, I realize that this guy, it's his job to kind of tout and do the propaganda for Austin, but turn the syrup down just a notch, dude. I'm getting a fucking stomachache. Texas Governor Greg Abbott also welcomed Musk and Tesla on social media, saying, "The Lone Star State is the land of opportunity and innovation." Musk continued on to say that they'll be expanding activities in California, but they want to do that in Texas too. This isn't a matter of Tesla leaving California. Our intention is to actually increase output, he explained. Tesla follows other large California companies like Oracle, looking to plant roots in Texas. Oracle announced in December 2020 it was moving its corporate headquarters from California to Austin. Samsung is also weighing the city of Taylor as a potential location for its new $17 billion semiconductor plant. The upcoming move at Tesla's headquarters comes after Musk's own personal move to Texas, which he confirmed last year. Laura Huffman, president and CEO of the Greater Austin Chamber of Commerce, calls Tesla's HQ move to Austin a home run for the community. We have to remember Tesla is already going to create around 10,000 jobs, and those are real jobs for real people right here in Austin, she said. I wonder how many people are going to be imported from California to do that. Let's go Blue Texas! There are career opportunities for people that might not have otherwise had those chances. She said those chances, which include the higher wages Tesla could offer, apply to people coming out of high school as well as the 2-year and 4-year degree programs. Huffman called Austin a community of innovation, and with Tesla's HQ, she said it would cement that reputation not just in Texas but around the world. Mayor Adler added in an interview with KXA on Thursday, Austin is one of the most desirable places to live, and this announcement will continue to attract people worldwide. The airport could benefit from the extra attention the community is getting to. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on here, and I mean, people want to come out and say they're bluing Texas, but it's interesting for me to watch because, I mean, we already know that Musk was planning on putting a factory in Texas, and he himself lives there. And it was only a matter of time, I think, before he decided to officially put the corporate headquarters in Texas. I mean, he's Elon Musk. Of course, he's rich enough that he could fly back and forth to California on a whim anytime that he wants, but being the environmentalist that he claims to be, I don't see that as a proper strategy for him. To go back and get on a plane every day, he wants to go back to his corporate headquarters. I don't think that's a reality for him. So, I mean, you saw this coming, and a lot of people were talking about this on social media as well, saying, oh, well, I thought he did this last year. I had to look into this because I thought he did this last year too. But no, it's just a factory. He was just moving some of the production. I believe it was the Cybertruck and one other. In spite of the fact he's not going to be doing the Cybertruck until next year, but I thought it was the Cybertruck and one other that were supposed to be Austin exclusives, but now he's taken the entire corporate headquarters over there. So that's the way that we see that going on with that. We will see what happens with Texas and where that goes. And hey, maybe Texas will become the bluest of the blue states now. And I'm only saying this because I know that Seawall will be listening later and his eye's going to twitch as soon as he hears me say that. All right. From Fox News, shifting gears again, let's talk about the commie coof. NIH director says COVID origins controversy has nothing to do with resignation. It's time for new vision. From Yale Halon. Francis Collins, director of the NIH, said Tuesday that mounting accusations surrounding the agency's involvement in gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology had absolutely nothing to do with his resignation. The 71-year-old physician geneticist who oversaw the research for 12 years announced his resignation on Tuesday, saying he will step down from the post by the end of 2021. 12 years is a long time, Collins told Your World host Neil Cavuto later on Tuesday. No other NIH director has stayed in this job even close to that, and so it's time for new leadership, new vision. Institutions need that, especially scientific institutions. Collins said the NIH, which oversees 27 institutions and centers across the country, is in a good place right now. We have terrific leadership, and I'm not worried with COVID-19, which is still, of course, a huge challenge, that we would lose momentum if I stepped away by the end of the year. We're okay. We're doing what we need to scientifically, and it just seems like it's time to step away, to get back to my research lab and focus on interesting projects and figure out what I want to do when I grow up. Well, if you're the director of the NIH, I would assume that you've already long since grown up, but okay. Especially if you've been in it for 12 years. This whole, I can't adult thing, that's kind of dumb. Just get up and do your shit. Alright. Pfizer asks FDA for emergency authorization for its COVID vaccine for kids ages 5 to 11. Yep, they're moving on. They've already got everybody else jabbed that they think they're going to. Now we've got to get to the kids. We've got to target these impressionable kids and make sure that they want to run out and get this vaccine, get the jab. You know, the tobacco companies used that line for years, and they got criticized for it. But hey, let the other big pharma companies do whatever the fuck they want because they're donating to the right people. From Minnie Von Burke and Elizabeth Chuck. Pfizer and BioNTech announced Thursday they had submitted an emergency request for the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for authorization for the company's two-dose COVID-19 vaccines in children ages 5 to 11. With new cases in children in the U.S. continuing to be at a high level, this submission is an important step in our ongoing effort against COVID-19, Pfizer tweeted. We're committed to working with the FDA with the ultimate goal of helping protect children against this serious public health threat. An FDA advisory committee plans to meet to discuss authorization on October 26th. Pfizer and BioNTech's COVID vaccine would be the first authorized for use in children under 12 in the United States. The companies said last month the vaccine was safe for children 5 to 11 and showed a robust antibody response based on the data collected in a trial that included more than 2,000 children. During the trial, children were given 2 smaller doses than those given to people who are 12 and older. Pfizer and BioNTech said the shots produced the antibody responses and side effects that were comparable to those seen in a similar study, people 16 to 25, who received the full dose of the vaccine. Pfizer first applied for emergency use authorization for its vaccine for adults last November. The FDA in August granted full approval to the vaccine for people ages 16 and older, becoming the first vaccine against the coronavirus to pass this final regulatory hurdle. The vaccine is currently given to 12 to 15-year-olds under the FDA's emergency use authorization. The request for emergency use authorization in the younger age group comes as the highly contagious Delta variant has led to children making up an increased share of the new COVID cases, in part because young children are still not eligible for vaccines. The cases! Show me the cases! You notice they only talk about the deaths when it's convenient for them, when they've got to come out and push a narrative one way or the other. You know, it's not like, under the Trump administration where CNN had the individual death ticker on the bottom of the screen 24/7, and you could see it go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. In real time, how many people died with the COVID, because I'm positive. With the motorcycle thing I keep citing, I'm positive that not all those people died of COVID, but they died with COVID. But I'm just a guy who yells into a microphone. I'm not the science! Trademark. Restricted. Copyright. From The Blaze. Johns Hopkins physician criticizes backwards vaccine mandates, pushes natural immunity. From Sarah Taylor. Dr. Marty Makary of Johns Hopkins says blanket COVID-19 vaccine mandates are ruining people's lives and says the natural immunity against the coronavirus is far more effective than vaccinated immunity. Makary, who is editor-in-chief of MedPage Today, told the Daily Wire's Morning Wire on Thursday that studies have shown natural immunity against the coronavirus as shown to be 27 times more effective than vaccinated immunity. The data on natural immunity are now overwhelming, Makary insists. It turns out the hypothesis that our public health leaders had that vaccinated immunity is better and stronger than natural immunity was wrong. They got it backwards, and now we've got data from Israel showing that natural immunity is 27 times more effective than vaccinated immunity, and that supports 15 other studies. Makary added that blanket mandates are ruining people's lives and that they're losing jobs for refusing the jabs. It's ruining the lives of people who are getting fired, he continued. Nurses who are heroes are now getting laid off. Soldiers are getting dishonorably discharged. They've got immunity. It's not just the type that our public health officials have sanctioned. I don't know about Urban Meyer's lap dance. But apparently it's big enough that Ben Wild is pretty pissed that I haven't said anything about it. Let me look into that. I mean, with that many exclamation points and question marks. I will have to look into that for Monday, but I don't know anything about that. But I also haven't been paying attention to football either. Because, well, they got woke, and I don't care to watch them. Yeah, I figured with that many question marks and explanation points, I had to go and check and see what was going on with that. All right, anyway, let's get back out of the monitors here. All right. Anyway, going back to this here, Macari pointed out that this is not a failure of science, but a failure of government. How about some flexibility, he asked. How about recognizing natural immunity and allowing those who have circulating antibodies to get credit? That's how they do it in parts of Europe, and that's how they do it in Israel. I will notate the Urban Meyer thing for Monday. I will go and check into that for Monday's show. But yeah, I know nothing about that because I haven't watched football in a year and a half. Since the St. Jacob riots. That hasn't been a year and a half. Holy shit. That's how long this runs together here. But it's been a good year. Macari added that he believes immunity due to a previous coronavirus infection is helping the numbers of confirmed COVID-19 cases to decline. That decline is really a natural immunity kicking in, he reasoned. What we're seeing is that when a very few people in a population are susceptible, that is almost everybody has either had COVID or the vaccine. You do see this rapid decline. It's basically part of a herd immunity kicking in. I think we're done with surges. What we may see is bumping cases seasonally depending on pockets of the country where there's low immunity rates. And remember, breakthrough infections are real. They will happen, but they have downgraded COVID from a major public health threat to a mild common cold-like illness. You can't say that on the internet, dude. Macari, you can't say that. We have to, well, when it's convenient. Let me rephrase that. We have to think that COVID is the apocalypse. And we have to be afraid to leave our houses because then the government will come in and pay us to stay home and not go and do anything. We won't have to go to work anymore. And then we can force these companies to raise their wages for putting us in a high-risk environment. You have to call this the apocalypse, man. What are you thinking? No, and I mean, realistically, there is a level of natural immunity that goes along with this. And somebody like this is going to be relegated to go talking to the Daily Wire. Whereas the guy that says, it's the apocalypse, stay in your home, get the shot, beg for the mandate, will get front page, front and center on CNN. They both have the same credentials, the same credibility, but one screams the things that Big Pharma and the politicians that Big Pharma pays wants them to scream. All right. Let's keep going. From Politico, shifting gears, talking about the Orange Man, Trump tells former aides to defy January 6th committee subpoena. From Betsy Woodruff Swan, over at Politico. Former President Trump is directing a group of his former aides to ignore a subpoena from the House committee's probing of the January 6th Capitol selfie fest and signaling he will go to court to block their testimony from the investigators. The committee has subpoenaed documents and testimony from 4 Trump administration alumni, former social media czar Dan Scavino, former Defense Department official Kash Patel, former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and former White House advisor Steve Bannon. The 4 men were ordered to turn over documents related to the selfie fest by Thursday and to sit with interviews with investigators next week. But Trump is saying otherwise in a letter that Politico viewed. A Trump lawyer tells them not to cooperate with the probe. The letter stated the committee is seeking materials that are covered by executive privilege as well as other privileges. President Trump is prepared to defend these fundamental privileges in court, the letter said. Then the letter directed its recipient to hold back any documents about his White House work and refused to testify about his official duties. The letter kicks off the first major political and legal test for the Select Committee, which is probing Trump supporters' violent attack on the Capitol. It's unclear how the committee will try to enforce the subpoenas on the Trump-allied foursome, but the members of the panel, which includes 7 Democrats and 2 anti-Trump Republicans, have said they may have to ask the Justice Department to prosecute witnesses who refuse to comply. Here's the problem I have with this. Now, first and foremost, if you are subpoenaed, you should either be prepared to go to jail or prison because they will come and they will put you in a box if you don't do what Congress tells you to, and they will use the DOJ to force the issue on you. But I also take an issue with this. And these 4 people especially. I don't necessarily believe that they're going after what's going on with the January 6th Selfie Fest. There are documents out of the Trump administration, just like there are documents out of the Obama administration and the Bush administration. And we're getting to the end of where the Clinton administration still has stuff that's redacted and stuff that's top secret still. We're winding down to where we can't see stuff from the Clinton and the HW administrations anymore, or we can see it now because it's an open secret at this point. I think it's, 20 years or 30 years? I think it's 30 years and everything has to be released. Which I remember. I remember when I first learned about this, it was an econ teacher I had when I was still going to tech school before I went to trade school. An econ teacher pointed out the fact that at the time, which was 05, 06, at the time, the Vietnam stuff was, all the rest of the Vietnam stuff was starting to come out and start to be unredacted. And he was fascinated reading some of the documents that was happening, of the things that were happening in the 70s and even into the 60s in Vietnam. That was something that had fascinated him. And I think, we're getting to the point now where some of the stuff from the Clinton admin, HW, that's got to start being declassified. So we're going to start to see some of that stuff come out here. But there is still some of the stuff that's either classified, top secret level, or falls under other executive privilege. And really, honestly, I do think that this is a fishing expedition, not because they want to do something for the January 6th Selfie Fest, but because they want to release something else to try to damn the Orange Man. And I think he knows this. I would love to actually read what the scope of these subpoenas are. Now, as far as this goes, refusal to comply. Do be prepared to go to prison if you do. I'm not I'm not a lawyer, so I can't tell these people whether to comply or not. But what I'm saying is do choose your battles and choose where you're going to go off of this. And there might be a court battle that blocks this, especially if there is top secret material involved in this. But we will see what happens with that. From the Hill. Ireland is joining international agreement on global minimum tax. From Naomi Jagoda. The globalists! They're going to put the chemicals in the freaking water. Turn the freaking frogs, gang. Ireland will join an international tax agreement that provides for a global minimum effective tax rate of 15% for large multinational corporations, the country's finance department announced on Thursday. The development comes as countries participating in the negotiations at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development are meeting Friday to reach an agreement. Ireland has previously been a key holdout for the deal. Joining this agreement... we got to do the Irish one. Joining this agreement is an important decision for the next stage of Ireland's industrial policy. A decision that will ensure that Ireland is a part of the solution in respect to the future of international tax frameworks, Irish Minister for Finance Paschal Donohoe said in a press briefing. I need to work on my Irish accent, because it sounds more Cockney and English than Irish. The OECD has been working on a deal to address tax challenges in the digital economy. One part of the deal focuses on a global minimum tax, while the other focuses on addressing where large corporations' profits are taxed. An agreement on a global minimum tax has been a top priority for the Biden admin, which sees a deal as a key to preventing U.S. companies from becoming uncompetitive if the U.S. raises its corporate tax rate. And, that's the reality of all this here, because, a lot of UK companies, a lot of EU countries and Ireland, which is because it's part of the UK, no longer part of the EU, but a lot of EU countries, a lot of non-EU countries in Europe, but even as you go down into like Turkey, the Middle East, Bangladesh, China, of course, Taiwan, some African nations that China's investing in, they don't have near the tax rates as they do in places like the US, and Biden wants to jack that even higher. He wants to jack that up so high that he can take everything off the top and, these people are running to these other tax havens out here to go run their businesses. They're taking U.S. jobs away. So, of course, what does he come out here and say? Oh, we've got to have a global minimum tax because then they can't go run away from the taxes in the U.S. here. And I'm going to get that billionaire money. You just wait and see, man. And then he yells at the clouds. I'm watching you, goddammit! I know you're spying on me! But of course, Ireland's going to be the first one to sign on to this because they're Ireland. Alright. Let's keep going. For those of you over on YouTube, please do join me on another platform because I can't even be monetized on YouTube. After I see this here from The Verge, Google and YouTube will cut off ad money for climate change deniers. From Jay Peters. I do want to remind everybody that I did go over to the AdSense tab over on YouTube and I told them to take their monetization and shove it up their fucking asses. But if you are on YouTube, do make sure you check out in the description a link to 3 other video platforms on which I host the show and I host the stream. Plus go check out BitChute.com as well. Reading from The Verge, Google will no longer allow advertisers, publishers, and YouTube creators to monetize content that denies the existence of climate change. The company detailed in the changes in a support document on Thursday. Today, we're announcing new monetization policy for Google advertisers, publishers, and YouTube creators that will prohibit ads for monetization of content that contradicts well-established scientific consensus around the existence and causes of climate change, the Google Ads team said in a document. This includes content referring to climate change as a hoax or scam. Well, Steven's fucked. Claims denying that long-term trends show the global climate is warming, and claims denying that greenhouse gas emissions or human activity contribute to climate change. Google says it will use a mix of automated tools and human reviews to enforce the policy. When evaluating content against this new policy, we'll look carefully at the context in which claims are made, differentiating between content that states false claim as fact versus content that reports on or discusses that claim, Google said. Ads will still be allowed on climate topics like public debates on climate policy, research, and more, according to Google. Well, yes, it's a debate, so we can tell you what the right answer is. And who the right person is, and who the evil Nazi Republican is. What a fucking joke. Are you serious right now? You have nothing better to do than go police who's talking about climate change? Seriously, Google? Alright, from the Blaze. More tech stuff. Twitter is testing prompts to warn users if a conversation they're about to join might get heated or intense. My head hurts. My head hurts so fucking much. It's so dumb. Why are they so stupid? From Alex Nitzberg. Twitter says it's testing out prompts on Android and iOS to warn people of a conversation they're about to join on the social media platform could become heated or intense. Ever want to know the vibe of a conversation before you join in? No, because I'm a human being who can read the context and judge what's going to happen there before I get into it. And typically I still get into the fucking conversation, you cocksmokers. We're testing prompts on Android and iOS that give you a heads up if the convo you're about to enter could get heated or intense. This is a work in progress as we learn how to better support conversations, the social media giant tweeted on its Twitter support account. You remember the end of the remake of Gone in 60 Seconds, the one with Nick Cage? At the very end, when he gets the beat up GT500, which, why the hell is there a GT500, by the way? That's a side note of all things. How in the hell were they able to find a GT500 that was in that poor a condition for the end of that movie? Unless it was a clone, that's the only thing I could think of. Well, you remember at the end of that movie, after he gets into the car, and he goes and drives up next to Sway, and he says, "Hey, you want to ride?" What does she say when she leans into the window? Oh, hell yes. That's how I'm going to be when my phone prompts me, are you sure you want to get into this conversation and get spicy? That's how I'm going to be. By the way, that is one of the 5 movies I've seen. I love that movie. Mostly because it's all about cars. We're testing giving people a heads up before they join a potentially heated discussion. A Twitter spokesperson informed Fox Business via a statement, this is the first exploration into more context about a conversation's vibes, so you can be informed before you join. Sanitize the internet just a little bit more. I'm sure that the Twitter team out here, they're not going to... Well, yeah, they're going to have to keep up, because on my Twitter account, you know, I don't always get a spicy discussion on my original tweets, but they're just going to have to put a label on every conversation that I get involved in. Or Freckled Liberty, or Brit. Those are 2 other ones. I think Fanning gets a little bit of it too, but yeah. What a fucking joke. Here we have one that was brought to me yesterday. I think Vampire Hunter D talked about it. So let's talk about what's going on here. Starting with Fox 8 from Cleveland. Elaine City Councilman arrested in human trafficking sting. From Melissa Reed. The fallout continues after a local city councilman was busted in Ohio's largest human trafficking sting. Among the 161 arrests in the prosecution sting announced by Ohio AG Dave Yost on Monday was Elaine City Councilman Mark Jesse. My reaction and everyone else on the council was just shocked. We're trying to wrap our head around what is happening over and through, said Elaine City Council President Vic Stewart. The 64-year-old councilman was among 14 suspects arrested in Elaine alone. It was all part of a statewide operation last week called Ohio Knows, which targeted people buying sex, in some cases with a minor. Hold on. Come on. There. Now that we can appropriately set the mood, the wood chipper goes off. We arrested a contractor, a city council member, a firefighter, a teacher, a professor, said Yost in a new conference on Monday. From a council standpoint, moving forward, he will have his day in court, and we will wait to see what those findings come through, Stewart said. Alright, they're not talking about kids anymore. According to Stewart, Jesse is the incumbent Democrat, Ward 3 councilman, and is already on the ballot for the November election. It's disheartening. We don't condone that in Elaine City Council. We don't condone Jesse's actions. He will have his day in court, and we will go from there, Stewart said. Fox 8 reached out to Councilman Jesse for comment. Our phone calls, emails were not returned. Elaine Mayor Frank Whitfield also declined to comment. So, I mean, it's everywhere, and you always see corruption in government. Corruption in government, that's just par for the course at this point. Anybody who is seeking power will do anything they can to get it. Continuing on with WKYC Studios, also out of Cleveland. Elaine Councilman Mark Jesse pleads not guilty following arrest in statewide human trafficking sting. So he's been arraigned, he's in the system, and he says, I didn't do it! From WKYC staff. Elaine City Councilman Mark Jesse has pleaded not guilty to, following his arrest as part of a massive human trafficking sting in the state of Ohio. Jesse was arraigned Wednesday on charges of soliciting, third-degree misdemeanor that carries a potential penalty of 60 days in jail. Elaine Municipal Court prosecutors specified the alleged crimes occurred online back in September 30th. Jesse was one of 161 people arrested this week as part of Operation Ohio Knows, with all involved accused of seeking to buy sex. In addition, state investigators also recovered 10 missing children. Hold on, what was that sound again? He's got a full arraignment here. We're not going to watch the full arraignment off of this, but poor neighborhoods, rich neighborhoods, educated, uneducated, black, white, it doesn't matter. It happens everywhere. Ohio AG Dave Yost said on a Monday press conference, "That's why this fight is so important. I will not rest until no one in Ohio buys or sells human beings." And the libertarians in Ohio start to screech and scream, because it's everybody's right to buy and sell their body. Look, let's be realistic about this. And you know, there was a region that I did choose the wood chipper noises off of this, and Chilaga also pointed out that, in all fairness, that yes, this particular gentleman, Mark Jesse, is on a lesser charge. He's on a very, very minor charge, a misdemeanor charge. He'll sit in jail for like 10 days. He'll get some time served as he's waiting for the trial to go through. But, I mean, there's not going to be anything here. His political career is ruined at this point. He can't do anything else. He'll probably have to go and work at probably anywhere but a daycare. But the fact is that he's involved in this big sting and this big thing that's going elsewhere too. And we don't know what he knows. It's not just a matter of the fact that he solicited prostitution with somebody that's of age. That's an entire other story that's on there. But it does lead me to questions: is how much connection is this? How much is going on with this, and how much is this connected with this? Does he know something about the ones that are diddling kids? Did somebody who was diddling kids come up? Did they offer to get him a kid, and he declined? And then not go and tell anybody. There are other implications that go along with this and him being involved in this big sting. I don't know where this goes. I'd love to see some of the trial details, but this is a local story and it's unlikely to get national coverage. I am going to watch as this goes, though, and I'll probably talk to my friend Hiley, because he is in Ohio too, and see if he knows something about this. But this is the thing. And like I say, if you want to go boff a prostitute, if you want to go pop a hooker, have fun. Don't get caught, but have fun. But once you start passing that line into kids, and there's involvement with kids, even if it's not directly involved with you, even with indirect involvement with kids, I start to have a lot of questions about this. And who is involved and who knows what. That's what I start to have questions about. More Ohio news for you. Ohio bill will give all students a voucher for private school from Local 12. A new plan could make every school-age child in Ohio eligible for a voucher to help pay for private education. It's called the Backpack Scholarship Program. The bill could cause a major shift in education policy because it created a true money follows the student approach rather than funding our public school system. Blame it on the fights over masking and vaccines, or bullying, or a litany of topics that have made parents unhappy with school boards in the past year, but people behind House Bill 290 say school choice is more popular than ever. Will it put more pressure on public schools? Probably, said Representative Riordan McLean of Upper Sandusky. Will it make public schools more accountable to parents than they are today? Probably. McLean is one of the Republicans sponsoring the bill. It would allow parents to have an option to opt in to either get $5,500 for students in kindergarten through 8th grade, $7,500 for students in grades 9 through 12. The money can be used to pay for things like private school tuition, homeschool supplies, after-school care, or advanced placement testing fees. This is a direct attack on funding for our public schools, said Jeff Wensing of the Ohio Education Association, the teachers union. An attack on what was passed at the end of June. The Fair School Funding Plan was committed to funding our schools equitably and appropriately over a course of 6 years. We have dipped our toe into the pool. Wensing said this Fair School Funding Plan that was passed this summer has a direct line item to pay private school vouchers. 90% of the kids go to public schools in Ohio, so that's where our focus was, says Wensing. William Phyllis of the Ohio Coalition for Equity and the Adequacy of School Funding says many private schools are religiously affiliated, so this bends the line of separating the church and state, which is, of course, the only part of the First Amendment that the left in this country knows and the teachers union in this country knows. Look, I am all in favor of this. I'm very, very much in favor of this. First and foremost, there does need to be competition. And the public school system has the monopoly on education, and it always has. Because you get up and, okay, we moved to this house because it's in this school district and we want our kids to go to this school. But it's always a public school, and our taxes go to this school. So we might as well send them to the school because our taxes are going there. Unless we have really, really big religious views and we have to make sure they go to a Catholic school. And these public schools haven't had to compete. That's the hardest part for me, is the competition. And I am a product of a public school. Mostly because I'm not Catholic. There wasn't a Lutheran school where I grew up, and there wasn't a non-religious private school where I grew up. I am a product of the public school system, but it's in a small enough town that there was actually some care to this. We had small class sizes because we're from a small town. We didn't have huge classes, and the teachers could focus a little bit more on us off of this. But I do see some of this coming out of, especially the inner city schools, where it's just, living in Kenosha for as long as I did, living that close to Milwaukee, knowing people from both places, dating a religious school teacher and seeing what the difference was on an inner city school versus kids that are going in the choice program, in the I believe it's called the Plus program. No, I think it's called the choice program. But where these kids are able to go in and get into some of these programs where it's more focused on their education and less focused on the machine to get the people through the school as quickly as possible so the state can collect more funding. What we need is competition. And where our entire private school system was concerned before, there was no competition. Because yes, parents could pull their kids out and put them into a private school or homeschool them. Yes, they could do that, but their tax money, their property taxes, were still going to the public school system. They were still going to the system that they'd pulled their kids out of. So they were getting their money no matter what because it was coming through the government. And now with this money follows the student program that we have going on, that the teachers union is very uncomfortable with, for a good reason. Now the money goes with the student, whether they go to the parochial school, which the parents will still have to make up the difference in the parochial school, but some of that money will get offset as the money goes with the students. It comes away from the public schools, which means they have to compete to get those dollars. They have to build a better education system to make sure those dollars stay in the public school system. Jesus fucking Christ, that scared the shit out of me.
Mark Jesse made his plea this morning. He's one of 100.
Shut up, you. So, yes, this is a very good thing. And when we get competition, everybody wins. So that's what we see coming out of that. All right, let's finish up here. We only have a few more, and then we'll do live chat for a little bit. We'll actually might get out of here before Daily Ignoramus today. Maybe not, but we'll see. So we got to talk about this Texas thing for just a second, because the mainstream media is trying to forget about this, but there are some comparisons that cannot be ignored. And I mean, some of social media actually agrees with me. I have a tweet here from somebody called Crypto, or I think it's Left Crypto. So somebody from the left is even disagreeing with this and agreeing with some of the comparisons here. But I want to start with the New York Post. Family of suspected Texas school shooter says teen was bullied for fancy clothes, $35,000 car. From Jaren Steinbuch. The student accused of opening fire at a Texas high school has been bullied over his financially blessed family, fancy clothes, and $35,000 car, and bought a handgun for protection, his relatives say. Timothy George Simpkins, 18, a student at Timberview High School in Arlington, was charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon after turning him in on Wednesday afternoon. Simpkins, who was accused of firing a .45 caliber handgun during a fight with another student, lives in a $400,000 home with his grandmother, Lily, and drives a 2018 Dodge Charger, the Daily Mail reported. His family was saying they were glad he didn't decide to commit suicide over the bullying. Oh, I'm so glad that he went out and killed or shot at other people rather than killing himself. That's so much more honorable. He was robbed. It was recorded. It happened not just once. It happened twice. He was scared. He was afraid. Carol Harrison Lafayette, who said she's a relative speaking for Simpkins' family, told reporters. A cousin, Clint Wheat, wrote on social media, "It could have been a decision that we could have committed suicide. He was trying to protect himself. They were blessed financially," the Daily Mail said. Wheat wrote on Facebook, "At the end of the day, my little cousin was bullied. I don't know how to feel about that. He was no bad kid." he shot at other people. She shared a video of that fight that police have confirmed took place inside the school before the shooting, though it was unclear if it was taken Tuesday or Wednesday, according to the Daily Mail. A woman who identified herself as the suspect's mother also claimed that he was bullied but declined to elaborate, the Dallas Morning News reported. This poor boy, he was bullied, he didn't do anything wrong, he was just defending himself. Okay, and there are a lot of things. Now, I will say that an armed society is a polite society. And I think that a lot of the laws surrounding guns and minors, well, not minors, but adults age 18 and up are bullshit. But you're still coming into a public place, first off, and you're still supposed to, as long as the laws are there, abide inside of the law. Otherwise, you do have to face the consequences. Which means that you don't go and shoot people who are unarmed that are bullying you. And as an 18-year-old in Texas, you don't carry a gun around with you into a government building. Those are two of the parameters that are set in place in order to make sure that the government doesn't come down and crack down harder on guns. I don't agree with either of those, but those are two of the parameters that are in place. But as far as going on with this as well, I mean, I do say that you should be able to defend yourself if somebody attacks you, but for the most part, if you're in school with this, you're going back gun against unarmed people. That is a massive level of difference. You know, and there are going to be comparisons to the Rittenhouse case. Well, Gage had a gun. The other dude was trying to swing a skateboard at the guy's head. And the third dude was trying to disarm him so he could take the gun, which could potentially be turned against Rittenhouse. In any of those cases, those were justified uses of force. The other one, I do have some questions about, because of the fact that he was off to the distance, and we will see what the trial lawyers say about that. I do still contend that that was a self-defensive shot, but the details are hazy on the last one, where he turned around after he heard a pop go off behind him, and somebody fired a gun into the air. The details are still hazy on that one as to where that's going to come out to. I would argue that's still a defensive shot. But as far as the other two, those people were armed. As far as I can see off of this situation, this guy pulled out a .45 and shot into a crowd of unarmed people. Into a way that I don't agree with. I really don't. But we do want to talk about some of the differences that go along with this. And you know, I was a person who got bullied too. A lot. In a small town. From a family that wasn't as affluent as some of the families around town and had a different last name than most of the people around town. I wasn't one of the big families in town. And yet, I still grew up without going off and shooting somebody. The he was bullied argument isn't a justification to go and shoot unarmed people. Fish in a barrel. It's not. I know, I've been through it. All right, let's look in at some other things here. Alleged school shooter in Texas released from jail on bond day after shooting multiple people. From Ryan Saavedra. An 18-year-old high school student in Texas who is accused of gunning down multiple people at a school has been released from jail on bail. The student accused of injuring 4 people in a shooting in Timberview High School in Arlington on Wednesday was released on bail from the Tarrant County Jail on Thursday, the Star-Telegram reported, adding that the suspect was charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Due to company policy, the Daily Wire does not name or show pictures of mass shooters and alleged mass shooters. The suspect had been transferred from Arlington Jail at the Tarrant County facility before being released after posting $75,000 bond. Video posted online showed the suspect being released. The alleged shooter, who is a black male, turned himself into law enforcement hours after the shooting, which sent multiple people to the hospital. The New York Post reported. Footage on social media alleged the suspect getting into an altercation during class with another student that escalated to gunfire on Wednesday. The fight was broken up and the two students calmed down, but then the suspect pulled out a firearm from his orange backpack and fired several shots that struck 3 people, according to an arrest warrant on Thursday. Calvin Pettit, a 25-year-old English teacher who jumped up in to break up the fight, was shot in the back, suffering broken ribs, a collapsed lung. According to police and his family, the other victims were identified as Zacchaeus Selby, Iamof Olawepo, and Parisia Altma, according to a bond document obtained by Dallas News. The suspect's attorney claims that the shooting was different because the suspect was being bullied at school, even though many school shootings that have occurred across the U.S. seemingly involve cases where the shooters were bullied. Yeah, it was the same thing with Nicholas Cruz, but he didn't get any leniency. He got remanded. And that's kind of where I wanted to talk with this and why I wanted to talk about this other article here. I mean, we can argue about the justification of shooting into, and I see some pushback against what I had to say there too. We can argue about the justification of whether or not an 18-year-old should have been carrying a gun into a government building, whether he should have shot back into an unarmed crowd of people or escalated in the direction that he escalated it in. That is a debate that we can have here. But the reason that I actually brought this up was the difference in enforcement in everything that we see here. And that's the big part of this. The big part of this is the differentiation in enforcement. The New York Post and the family for the kid are claiming that this guy should be let off easy because he was being bullied in school. Nicholas Cruz was being bullied in school. The Columbine kids were being bullied in school, and they have no sympathy for those kids. No sympathy whatsoever. And as is pointed out by these couple tweets, Descended Zen says, where are the what if Kyle Rittenhouse was black people now? Watching this video here. Let me drop the music here.
Say you're sorry to your teacher or the teacher. Anything maybe you want to say anything? You want to say anything to your family?
And if you're just joining us.
Yeah, there he is. He's walking down the street just on his own. You remember what the situation was, though, and I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse is still trending at this moment because of this, because the situation is different, and that's what they said. You know, Kyle Rittenhouse got to go home and sleep in his bed, and he didn't have to face any consequences for going out and killing people. What if Rittenhouse was black? They would have just killed him right on the spot. They would have blown his brains out right on the spot. As this guy walks out on $750,000 bail. And another one here, looking in at this one here. No, that's not the one I want. Kyle Rittenhouse shoots 3 criminals in self-defense. Bait. I think that's supposed to be bail. Bail, $2 million, and no lawyers will represent him. Timothy Simpkins, bring a gun to school, shoots 4 people, including a teacher. Bail, $25,000, released in less than 24 hours. And of course, the top one here is, what crimes does 3 victims commit? I'll just wait here. Well, one had a gun out and was ready to shoot back at him, and the other one tried to bash him in the fucking head with a skateboard. But yes, and I mean, that's the difference. That just shoots the entire what if Kyle Rittenhouse was black narrative right in the fucking ass. Right there. It's done. You can't even bring that back up anymore. If Rittenhouse was black, they would have splattered his brains on the pavement almost immediately. He would have been put down and killed by the police. But it's because he's got white privilege. $2 million bond for a clear self-defensive shot. Versus $25,000 and released in less than 24 hours. With every lawyer in the country rushing to defend this kid. This Timothy Simpkins kid. All right, let's grab just these last couple here. Let's head out of here for the day. And we'll do live chat, of course, as well. Body cam footage shows Minneapolis police officers celebrating hitting protesters with rubber bullets. All right, well, Minneapolis people, go find these officers, yank their badges off their chests, and get them the fuck off the street. This pisses me off to no end. Because I am the first person to come out and tell you that don't put all your blame on the police. Don't put all your blame on the police. Put your blame on the politicians who made the law that the police are enforcing. That's where your ire should go. Fight the government together, but start at the top. Don't start at the blue-collar workers who are just trying to feed their families. We can have disagreements with the blue-collar workers who are trying to feed their families, don't get me wrong. But don't start there. Start at the billion-dollar people who are getting paid off by corporations to make laws that you have to follow. Those are the true evil here, but then we have shit like this. These assholes out here who fuel the all cops are bastards narratives. These fucking pricks. Just give these fuckers the chairs, seriously. To wear the badge and come out and do this. Fuck you. This is from Natalie Preeb. New body camera footage shows Minneapolis police officers appearing to celebrate what one officer called the hunting of racial justice protesters with rubber bullets just days after George Floyd's murder. A protester is heard yelling on video, "We're unarmed! This is America! We can say what we want!" ABC News reported. An officer then appears to shoot the protester with rubber bullets. In another clip, the officer is heard saying, "Gotcha," and laughing after shooting a protester with a rubber bullet. Fucking cuff him, right now. Go pull him off the force. Cuff those fuckers. I will not be collectivist and say all cops are one thing or all cops are another thing. But when you see individuals like this who are being jack-offs like this and using their position of authority like this, pull those fuckers off the street. Pistol whip those fuckers. Oh, that makes me mad. The footage was released Tuesday by a Minneapolis court as part of a criminal case against Jaleel Stallings, who was accused of trying to kill police officers, according to KSTP. Stallings was acquitted of the charges earlier this summer. The body camera footage captures officers trying to enforce an 8 p.m. curfew, which was put in place in response to protests following Floyd's death under the knee of Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. Police officers are seen shooting rubber bullets at a number of protesters in an attempt to clear the area. At one point, an officer says, "You guys are out hunting people now. It's just a nice change of tempo." Another officer is heard saying, "Fuck these people." Good. Cuff both of these. And anybody else that you have body cam footage of them doing that, cuff those fuckers too. Get these people away from your law enforcement. A spokesman for... This is going to be the shit that fuels the BLM riots next year. For the midterm elections, by the way. And you know that once this gets started, like probably January, February next year, these videos are going to be out and they're going to be pushed around everywhere. And they're going to be on every media outlet. They're going to be on every social media outlet. A spokesman for the Minneapolis Police Department told KSTP that they are unable to comment on the footage due to an ongoing internal investigation. Floyd's murder sparked mass protests across the country. Yeah, we saw that. Dude, get these fucking people. Get them off the street. Get their badges out. Take their cars away from them. Take their pensions away from them. Don't even give them desk duty. They are done. And blackball them from ever going into law enforcement again. There is no place for people like this. As an intermediary between the people and the government, there is no fucking place for this. There is zero place for this. But on the other side of it, Kentucky cop punished for praying in front of abortion clinic, sues city. Here's an example of a cop being good and then getting his dick slapped for it. From Marie Elordi over at the Daily Wire, a Kentucky police officer who was placed on administrative leave for months over a morning he spent praying outside a Louisville abortion clinic while off duty is suing both the police department and the city. Officer Matthew Schrenger filed a federal lawsuit on Monday accusing the city of Louisville and the Louisville Metro Police Department of violating his constitutional and civil rights, including his First Amendment rights. A quiet, off-duty prayer on a public sidewalk resulted in Schrenger being immediately suspended for over 4 months, stripped of his police powers, and placed under investigation, the complaint states. Meanwhile, these two fucksticks in Minneapolis are still on the street and still wear a badge. So this guy can't say a prayer in front of an abortion clinic for all the dead babies, but these two cocksuckers in Minneapolis still have their full pensions. This is the world you live in. The suit names Police Chief Erica Shields, the Louisville Metro Police Department Mayor Greg Fisher, and the City of Louisville, Kentucky as defendants. In the early hours of Saturday, February 20th, Schrenger drove to the EMW Women's Surgical Center and joined his father in praying the rosary outside the clinic. The clinic was not performing abortions that day, according to the officer's lawyer. A picture of Schrenger showing him carrying his firearm near an LMPD cruiser was posted on a Twitter account run by volunteer escorts at the clinic. He was off-duty but wearing his uniform with a coat over it, his attorney said. In March, the abortion clinic released surveillance footage showing Schrenger pulling up in his cruiser before 6 a.m., getting out and putting on a jacket, and remaining with another person outside the clinic for about 45 minutes, at one point holding a sign that says, "Pray to end abortion." And there again, this guy loses, he loses his job, his ability for praying. And these two cocksuckers are still in the fucking streets. That's your system. That's your system. All right, and the last one, we gotta pour one out. Except I'm on carpeted floor. I'm not gonna pour anything out, but we gotta raise our glasses and we gotta leave an F in the chat for all that beer. That's alcohol abuse. From the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, a semi-rollover spills thousands of cans of Leinenkugel's beer on a Wisconsin highway. From Drake Bentley. A semi rolled over on eastbound I-94 on Wednesday in Jackson County, according to the State Department. Hold on a sec. I didn't pre-read this article either. I know where that is. I mean, I've been all up and down 94 in the States, so of course I know where that is, but I know where this happened. According to State Department of Transportation, resulting in a loss of cargo, Leinenkugel's beer. ABC 18 News in Eau Claire reported that the driver had a minor injury but was okay, no one else was injured. Thousands of beer cans spilled out onto the truck onto a grassy area near mile marker 103. Leinenkugel's president, Dick Leinenkugel, said in a tweet that it seems the cargo was Leinenkugel's Toasted Buck beer. Oh shit, I know exactly where this is. 103? Oh no! Oh, I know where this is. Yep, that's going right down the hill too. I've been on Discord chat with some of you people going down this hill. Now that they said where it is, now I know where they're talking about. I didn't realize that was Jackson County. I thought that was still Trempealeau. Let's see. Leinenkugel's president, Dick Leinenkugel, said in a tweet, "It seems the cargo was Leinenkugel's Toasted Buck beer." He added, "We will get busy brewing an additional replacement brew and apologize for any shortages in the interim." I'm not even a beer drinker, and still, that's a lot of alcohol to go away, to get abused like that. That is alcohol abuse. We gotta pour one out for all that Leinies, man. All that Leinies. Look at all that. I hope somebody got a road soldier out of that at least. Get down there. That's like 3 hours away from here. And that's a couple days ago, because this happened on October 6th. But yeah, I know exactly where this is. F in the chat. F. Alright. We got to do live chat. We got to see what you guys are saying here. So let's get the chat up here. Let's get this up here just to see if we missed anything off the top. Yeah, we've missed quite a bit off the top because you guys have been quite busy today. Ben Wild says it would have been awesome if Joe Manchin would have broken to fuck Joe Biden. No, it's let's go, Brandon. Raise the intellectual level of the show. Does this mean I'm kicked out of the clubhouse? Yeah, well, most of the Senate. I swear to God, my parents made me learn the accordion. Nice. Companies mandating the jab is causing some of those numbers. We're headed for doom. 80s kids here lurking, but trying to stay. My damn internet keeps bitching out on me. All right, let's see if we can get through the shout-outs for the week before we lose anything more here. But yeah, we lost a lot. I know that Ron couldn't sit back and listen to Manchin, which is a shame because I would have loved to hear the comments of that, especially as we did the play-by-play. But what do we have here? On Monday, we had Quest Spanning, Ron Helton, Marie May Begole, I think is how you pronounce that, R. Volt, Chilaga 1984, Chaos Soul was here, Random Randy, or Randy Crush Saga, as he's also known, was here, and Katie Zed. On Tuesday, we had Quest Banning, Ron Helton, Random Randy, Chilaga 1984, Katie Zed, R. Volt, 80s Kid, Nephilim Ninja, Nibiru. On Wednesday, Ron Helton was our busy chatter, which, by the way, because I do take these off the statistics on Restream, they order them not necessarily in the order in which you guys chatted, but in the order of how many chats you put out. So on this page here, whoever's at the top is the one who chatted the most. On Wednesday, we had Ron Helton, Random Randy, Marie May Begole, R. Volt, Quest Fanning, Chilaga 1984, 80s Kid, Wolfie Productions was here, and Katie Zed. Maybe we'll do a collaboration between Wolfie Productions and Turns of Pages Productions. Donate now. On Thursday, we had Arvold, Quest Fanning, Max 9. I've seen that name in here before, but I don't see him very often. We had Vampire Hunter D, who talked to us about the Ohio City Councilman, Katie Zed, Random Randy, MK Ultra, Chilaga 1984, Marie May Begole, and Spartan 0000, Superior 1. Calling in, try to convince us to do UBI. Let's see what we have here. Read some of the stuff up on the topic here. Ron Helton says Austin is blue. No change there. What else do we have here? Yeah, Ben Wild says Austin's already kind of blue. Yep. Katie said all the cities are pretty blue everywhere. Welcome in, everybody. But they don't have mask mandates in Texas, so they're all going to die! The government's killing the citizens! Yeah, there's no mask mandate here either, anywhere. Unless you get into, like, the city of Madison or something. Katie Zed says we need the Electoral College in state in addition to federal elections. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Razorfist did a really good video on that. I want to go watch that again, actually. But yeah, definitely do, because that would change the swing of a lot of things here, especially gubernatorial, statewide. And, I mean, honestly, I would go as far as to change the Electoral College that your individual districts, you know, Seawall brought up a good idea for how to do Electoral College votes. You get 2 votes that are statewide to represent, because your Electoral College votes are represented by the number of representatives and senators you have in your state. So for the Electoral College, you get 2 votes that are statewide in every state. And then each district gets a vote in your state. I believe Nebraska and Maine already do that. Is it Nebraska and Maine or Nebraska and New Hampshire? I know a couple states already do that, but that's what we should be doing. Instead of this winner-take-all every state. Because you would see some interesting shakeups in presidential races. And you'd see presidential candidates going to places they never would have thought to go. Where did Joe Biden go during his campaign when he was here? Milwaukee, Kenosha, and Madison. Those are the only places that he went. Trump, Green Bay, Eau Claire. I think he hit Kenosha for a little bit too, but yeah, he didn't go anywhere. But I mean, they go to their bases. They don't go everywhere else. But you know, if some of these Democratic candidates have to go try to flip blue counties and blue districts, That would be an interesting campaign, but they're never going to do that because they can honk whoever they want in by changing a few demographics in a few cities and changing the state. By 8:07, we're already at 100 messages. Ben Wild says an electoral college would destroy Maryland politics. They've been relying on blue gerrymandering for half a century. Ron Helton doesn't believe in the scientific. Let's see. Marie May Begole says we're the kids in foster care and juvenile detention. Ron Helton says 13-year-old kid in OKC died after contracting the coop. He was so fat that he looked like 3 kids rolled into one. It's like when a guy goes out, girl's like, "Oh, am I fat? Oh, no, of course you're not fat. Oh, no, of course. Whereas a guy says, "Dude, am I fat?" And the other guy says, "Bro, I know 4 fat people and you're 3 of them." Randy Crush says, can't they just lie and say the vaccine has now been altered to include the Delta variant? With all the lies, is that too much for their claims to make sense? Marie says, our society likes low vibe news. '80s Kid says, it'll be such a shame if the kids take the vax and something happens to them in the future, but it will be theirs and their parents' own fault. Are we going to just ignore Urban Meyer's lap dance happening the same week the debt ceiling gets done? Coincidence? Do the fucking math, sheep? I guess I will have to look into that because I don't know anything about the Urban Meyer thing. An average of 300,000 people die. I bet that number was drastically lower the last 2 years. It's a moment of wokeness. I saw a headline that suggests that Wiggins took the jab. Who knows? Probably another lie. Randy says, many times, family in the room, when a nurse says comes in, says, we're going to have to give you blank drug. The family says, he can't have that. He's on blank drug already. Not allowing families to be with their sick relatives has absolutely resulted in medical staff killing patients. Marie says, George Floyd of Nazareth. '80s Kid says, Maddie De Garay, 12 years old, was totally healthy, got the vax. Now she's totally sick with a tube up her nose. He can't do that executive privilege. I forget what we were talking about with that. '80s Kid that says, I can't believe they're still talking about that and taking it serious. Riots and looting for a whole year, nothing is said. We'll walk through the Capitol and it's blasted all over 24/7. Yeah, Dan O'Donnell pointed this out, one of the local radio hosts on talk radio. I touch on talk radio when I'm on my way to work just to see what the local news is saying. He pointed it out very correctly, I think, that the left's narrative right now hinges on January 6th being an insurrection. That they can't do anything unless they hold to the idea that January 6th was an insurrection and the most dangerous thing in the world, because then they can do their agenda on, hey, look at us. We're not these evil insurrectionists. We're not these evil Trump people. We're the party of peace and prosperity. So I remember when staffers destroyed 13 devices and nothing came of it, says Randy Crush Saga. Which, of course, that didn't happen. That's just an evil right-wing conspiracy theory. Ben Wild says, for what it's worth, Urban Meyer's legit distraction, nothing story. Women woke nonsense considering NFL players often get lap dances. Dwayne Haskins. It's just hilarious because this is the guy that coached Aaron Hernandez and Tim Tebow. Interesting. Excuse me. Hiccups. Chilaga says, for the Friday chat, not my original idea. Gabby Petito equals small talk. Brian Laundrie equals brainwashing. I don't know. I haven't touched that since it happened because I don't care. The only thing I care about is whether or not this guy can get a fair trial or not, and I don't think he can. Chilaga, heard Monica say that this morning, so wild. I don't know who Monica is. Stole it from my girl Monica. Who's Monica? Who's Monica, you guys? Quest Fannings join us on the D Live. Welcome. Ron says, I'm completely against this international tax. Our government has zero right to do this. We have to protect our interests, though. That's your Irish accent? Yeah, my Irish accent sucks. Quest fanning. I put smoke next to the 420 in the Twitter announcement. I gotta see this. Let's see this. Contemporary 420 with the smoke. 480 billion, please, American people. Nice. Oh, and Quest gave me a coffee as well. I see that. Thank you, Quest fanning, for that. I see that over on the Twitter side. I will pull that right out of my account and put that into the other account as a donation towards the GoFundMe. So that brings us up to 530. Thank you. You rock. Arvolt says, I shouldn't criticize. I can barely do an American accent, and I'm an American. Yeah, I gotta work on that one. I gotta watch more Deep Space Nine. That's what I gotta do. Go watch that for the 5th time. 80s Kid. Edge, you should make another channel dedicated to the UK, like UK slang to US slang, UK food to USA food. You do really well. You get a lot of views. You could steer the new viewers to this channel. I've never experienced UK food. In spite of the fact that you guys don't know what my, well, some of you do, know what my last name is. I have a very, it's actually Irish last name, but I have almost no English, Irish, or UK anywhere in my bloodline. Just enough, basically, in the line, the straight line, to get the last name, essentially. But I'm German and Scandinavian. For the most part in my bloodline. I'm from Wisconsin, of course. Of course I'm those two. Ron Helton says something I can't say on YouTube. Ron Helton says, Red Hot Lies by Horner breaks it all down. These people are liars and deceivers. It's all about more wealth transfer and control. Randy Crush says, they totally have a tool to accurately measure CO2 in the air. Sounds like science is very clear that climate change is real and we're all going to die from it. Vampire Hunter D says something else I can't say on YouTube. Well, a lot of this I can't say on YouTube anymore, or I'll get demonetized. Well, fuck it, I'm demonetized anyway. Vampire Hunter D says, my answer to climate change, volcanoes. 80s Kid says there's no way we can do anything about climate change. The Earth's weather will do what it does. It's been doing so for millions of years. Arbolt says, can I get a Twitter stream of only heated conversation topics? Apparently I can watch Gone in 60 Seconds on Tubi for free. I've heard advertisement for Tubi. I've never looked into it. I don't know. I'm watching the Clone Wars right now, and I kind of like it. I'm almost back to the point where I was when I stopped watching it last time, again. It'll be fun to see how the climate change propaganda changes as the Earth gets further away from the sun and temps go down. 80s Kid says, I love the comments on the White House channel on BitChute. I go there just to see the downvotes and comments. It's funny as fuck. I didn't know they had a BitChute channel. I thought that was evil Nazi propaganda. I like watching the comments on the Instagram channel. Just go in the White House Instagram channel and, I mean, they get botted up on likes, but there are thousands and thousands of pissed off comments, every single one. Katie Z says, wood chipper for those people. Eric Bowman says they arrested every village person. Arvolt points out correctly, yes, the councilman was arrested on misdemeanor soliciting. No minor involved with him. Katie Z says, I miss the days of crack-smoking mayors. What about crack-smoking president's sons? 80s Kid says, missing kids that came across the border, probably. Arvolt says his political career isn't ruined. He's a Democrat. They expect him to be a slimeball. Is he a Democrat? I don't even know. Ron says, people prostitute their bodies every day to some soulless corporation. Their body, their choice. Quest says, this would help my homeschooling family a lot. When you said, shut up, you sound like Uncle Buck. He was acting white, so this is actually another white supremacist school shooting. Oh. If he's being assaulted when the school shooting happened, I have no issue with him getting bail immediately, just like Rittenhouse should have had. Arbold says, did you see the video of the fight? I don't have anything to show he was defending himself. I don't know. Kyle broke some rules as well. Doesn't mean he can't defend himself. No, he should defend himself. It's the escalation that bothers me off of this, but we can debate that until the end of time on at what point you should escalate into deadly force. And I am the kind of person who will shoot. I've never had to, but I will. But I will give a lot of people a lot of opportunity to modify their behavior first. I will remind people a lot that you don't want to do this, yo. I'm telling you, you don't want to do this. This is going to turn out badly for you. So he's guilty of violating the law on where he could carry a gun if the bullying claim sticks, essentially. Guess you haven't been on the receiving end of a group of punks slamming you on the ground and smashing you into your chest with the body, trying to break your ribs. If I had 10 jump on me at one time, took months to heal from that encounter. They don't need to have a weapon to pose a deadly threat. I think it's justified, just don't put your damn hands on others, screw those punks. Yeah, there's that to it too. Fanning says, I saw a detailed explanation of how the state law related to the Rittenhouse incident and included an explanation of when you may give up your... I think we must be missing something from Fanning. Oh, right to self-defense. When you're required to retreat and when you regain the right to self-defense, Rittenhouse did exactly as the law prescribes. Ron Helton says, I think there's a positive outcome to this. Parents will teach their kids better not be bullies, and the bullies will think twice before waylaying somebody. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I mean, parents should have taught their kids not to be bullies after Columbine, and, you know, it's 2021. Which means it's been 22 years. The Columbine kids were not being bullied in school. That is a media like that stuck. I'm guessing that's a lie that stuck. Yeah, the Columbine kids were sociopath gothics. Rittenhouse should not even be in jail or charged with anything. No, he shouldn't, but it's political. It's very, as Quest says, a very politically biased persecution. Ron Helton goes right after the blue-collar people. All cops are bad, sorry. If you enforce just one unjust law, they're bad. Find me one who has not written any tickets that steal from citizens, where there's no victim. Yes, the system sucks, but if you participate in enforcing these immoral laws, you suck as well. I need to see the footage, but as described, I don't have an issue with this. Trying to use the damn argument of just doing my job hasn't worked with the guards at the Nazi concentration camps. All cops are bad. Yeah, they do a good deed, then turn around, rob the people at the point of a gun. Yeah, I know. Ron doesn't like the blue-collar workers. Quest throws an F up for the beer. MK Ultra says there's a City Lights Coconut Porter shortage. What the hell is City Lights Coconut Porter? And why do I suddenly want some? Ron Helton says, spilled onto a grassy knoll. Arvold says, don't pour one out. We're missing too much already. Ron Helton can't stand listening to Schumer. Yeah. Wait, so I can get the first billing for running my mouth? I just thought Ed liked me. No, it's, when I pull it off, I'll actually show you how it works here. Let me see if I can pull one of the old ones. I want to get off of this stuff, though, where there's passwords first. All sessions. We'll look over at the early morning Monday section. Let's see, because the system here is kind of janky a little bit, too. So give me just a minute to let that load up and think. So this is showing the chat from October 4th, 2021. 2 hours and 7 minutes stream from 7:22 a.m. Central Time, if it ever fucking loads. And yes, by the way, it takes this long every time. But it's partially also because I do have a stream going. So yeah, this is Monday's chat. And some of the DLive names don't show up, by the way. But I know who it is. Like that one I know is Marie. And then the other one that says DLive dash letter, I know is Sully, just by the pattern of it. But yeah, it shows the screen name, which showed Eric Bowman on, I believe, Twitch, and then Quest Fanning over on, I think that you did YouTube that day, if I remember correctly. And then the number of messages you sent in that particular stream. So yeah, Eric Bowman and Ron Helton were the top 2 chatters on that with 65 and 63. Marie was very busy that day. Arvold had 15. Chilaga had 13. Chaos Soul. So yeah, it just orders it that way. And then that's what I come back in here and I gather that. Because I don't write it down while I'm reading the chat, and I know I should, but I don't go and gather it that way. I go and get it from there, and that's how I order you on the sheet here. Is how many messages you sent in the chat throughout the day, because that's the order that they give it to me in. And then I combine the names for the people I know who have 2 different names on 2 different platforms. So that's how that works. That's how I figure that out. A little bit of behind the scenes stuff. Big fan of Romney then, Ron. Randy Crush says, I'm pretty sure that's Marie, maybe Golay, as in Marie, as in it may be Marie Goblet, or Golay. I still love the word gubernatorial. It's like, you big goober. Ron Helton says, when he got out of his basement and he had no crowds, most popular president ever. And rigging the election. Nope, totally fairest election in history. Most fair. Nothing bad happened. Most popular president in history, even more than Barack Obama. Honk honk. The 4 fat people, such a good joke. Next time somebody mindlessly spouts trust these signs, perhaps remind them that trust is a 2-way street. I think we should sponsor a rental of The Princess Bride so I understand things like references to the Dread Pirate Roberts. Yeah, no, I've never seen that movie. Monica Perez. Okay, Monica Perez is based. I know, I've heard of that name. I don't know where I could hear from her, but I do know who that is. I've heard of that name. Brad Binkley ain't half bad either. Monica Perez from the Propaganda Report podcast. Okay. Quest says, yep, I know his super secret last name. Yes, and it's Irish. Ron Help says, a lot of what I say can't be repeated. MK Ultra says, jury's still out of Binkley. Eric Bowman says, I'm a Viking leprechaun. So I've got Scandinavian covered. Guest host Cam is a legend. Yeah, I gotta get Cam over on this show. Or not on this show, but the Red Ned show. Because he does have red hair, I think. I'm colorblind, so I might be wrong on that one. Yeah, Cam is fucking based as shit. I would love to have more conversation with Cam. You escalate when you're tired of having your face smashed or your ribs separated or broken. Arvolt's got to head out a bit early. Great stream, Ed. Appreciate you. Thank you, Arvolt. Yep, they're seeing how the sausage is made. Great show this week. I've learned. Thanks for the show. I think you had Monica on your show once, didn't you? Or maybe I'm thinking of Jessica who had her. No, I have not had Monica on. I've never had the pleasure. I'd like to. I'll reach out to Monica Perez and see if she'll pop on. I think that would actually be good. I think I would enjoy that. Somebody give me her @ on Twitter and I'll reach out to her and see. Okay, it was Steven then. Okay. Well, with that, I think we're going to head out of here. I think we're done. Which is good because I've actually got to get out the door in a fucking hurry here. So let's get this set up. Yeah, we spent a lot of time on live chat here. And I got to get done because I got to get the hell out of this store. We have a lot of work to do over at work today, so I got to get over there. So let's get this up here. Let's change up the track, and let's get out of here for the day. Where the hell is my outro music? Oh, there it is. Holy shit, that's loud. Alright, so thanks everybody who came by and stuck around with me for the end of the live chat in this extra long show here. Thanks everybody who stuck around too, because I did have to filibuster. My allergies were so bad when I started out here that I didn't know if I was going to be able to make it through the show or not. But yeah, I did have to suck it up and go and take something. I know I hate taking stuff, but you know, we're here, we're ready to go, and that's it. We will be back here. I'm not going to do a weekend stream this weekend. I need to clean up my place. It's bad. I need to go clean that up, so we'll do that here. We'll probably do some video gaming, though. That'll be my reward. We'll play some Fallout 3 instead if we get everything off done. I'll probably do that on Sunday. Plus, I'll probably do... I missed it last week because I did wind up having a date, but yeah, we'll do a live stream while I do the RedNet show itinerary as well. So stick around for that as well. We will see you this weekend. Also, we'll be back here on Monday for more Contemporary and the RedNet show featuring my friend Saint in his first major podcast appearance. So come back and check that out as well. Looking forward to seeing all of you guys here for all of that, and we will be back here. Until next time, I am Jay Edgar, and this is Contemporary. Take care.
for a truther, but with alt-right's alternative right. Like, I am right-wing, and I'm not mainstream. That's alt-right. But it's like people are just so dumb with their labels and stuff. I don't even know how I got on this rant. But people are just dumb, dude. That's my point. Like, oh, it's clearly a vegetarian. Oh, yeah, we were talking about the Groypers and Pepes. Yeah. Before Charlottesville, it really wasn't. Caramelized onions guy poisoned the term alt-right. So true. So true. No, we haven't talked that internet there yet. 10 minutes, and we will. So a squirrel keeps filling up this guy's truck with walnuts. 42 gallons of walnuts. Whoa, dude. I love this.
The red squirrel will come up behind, run along the frame rail, and then all the way up to the front.
Bill Fisher just cannot win the war. A beautiful black walnut tree in the yard produces nuts that a red squirrel finds irresistible. But the problem is,
mostly under the hood and in the fenders.
That red squirrel has picked Bill's Chevy Avalanche.
A lot of places inside the radiator fan, all the way through here. That corner's been covered full with walnuts.
Wow.
As the winter storage hideout for hundreds of nuts.
Dude.
Each about the size of a small lemon.
It was planning on camping there for the winter.
Bill has cleaned out 42 gallons of black walnuts from his truck in every crack and crevice of his Avalanche, the engine compartment, fenders.
Dude.
Nothing is off limits.
That's
So I had to pull the
hilarious,
fenders off
man.
and clean all the walnuts out. I thought I had them all, took it down the road, turned the corner. I found one rolling inside the windshield cowl where the wipers go.
Bill's dog Asher is beside himself. That pesky little red squirrel seems to taunt him.
Why don't you
and to think this just happened.
Why don't you be a good dog and kill the squirrel, man? Like, you should kill the dog. I mean, like, what good is it doing?
And over a few days, the truck was parked.
It's one red squirrel that's doing this as far as going into the pickup.
Bill
Can you eat him though? Can't you just why don't you just the squirrel is doing your harvesting for you, dude. You just gotta what do you do to preserve nuts? Do you can them? Do you put them in water or something? Like, how do you do that?
most of the black walnuts out, but a few are not retrievable.
I have some rolling around inside the frame rails as well that I can't get that.
Can you hear it?
I can hear them, yes.
How long do you leave it there? You roast them? So when I was living in DC, I wasn't driving for a while, something like that. I don't know what was going on. So me and my friend's car, my roommate's car, were in the back of our house. This is the musician house. And we both left our cars there for a long time. And one day I opened the hood and like rats. No. I tried to start the car and it wouldn't start. All right. Okay. Here's what happened. I tried to start the car and it wouldn't start. Okay. Oh, no. Wow. I completely forgot about this story. We may have to save this story for another time, but I don't know. Let's do it. We can take it's going to take a couple minutes. So one time, I didn't drive for a while, and I'm teaching a person a music lesson. It was some girl. I only met her once because this traumatized her. I was a little late for music class at my place. Okay, she comes downstairs. Wow. And my roommate sprints in from the back. We're in the basement. There's two exits to the house in the back. There's a basement exit and a top exit. I lived in the basement. And my roommate sprints in from the back screaming, "Look, dude, your car's on fire. Dude, your car's on fire." What? I'm like, okay. So I'm in the middle of this first class with this chick. She's so uncomfortable because I'm late. She's been there for a while. And I run out back and my car is just billowing black smoke while it's off. Okay. So I didn't drive home in the car. I hadn't drove it for a while. I was using public transportation in DC. Okay. That's what you do. Your car's on fire. Your car's on fire. I'm just remembering stuff. Yeah, like I'm remembering the reason why. I'm thinking about this rat thing that I'm about to tell you guys about. So I run to the back, okay? And we called 911 or the fire department, something like that. Something came, like EMS, something like that, and it was fine. They didn't. I don't think they sprayed it or anything, but like, so we popped the trunk hours later. We let it cool off, or we popped the hood, I should say. And there's a freaking rat's nest in there, and I think there's a couple rats in there already, like scurrying out or whatever. We say this is a very long time ago, 9 years ago, something like that. So my memory's a little bit cloudy. Rats are like scurrying out, and there's definitely a rat's nest on the hood that's like burning everything, right? And I'm like, shit. So we go back out there a couple days in a row, and rats are always like scurrying out of there when I open the hood. It was disgusting. So I don't remember how I fixed it, right? Doesn't matter. So months later, my other roommate, who didn't warn me, the guy who's like, who I wasn't in a band with, tries to move out. He breaks up with his girl that he was living with. He's moving out. He tries to start his Camaro next to mine. I had a Saab, and it doesn't start. And we pop his hood, and we look under his hood, and I shit you not, there's like a rat's den. Like it's hard for me to describe. Like going up from the concrete underneath his Camaro, up through the engine block into his engine, a full like rat's nest with rats like wrapped around each other. What's it called? A rat king or whatever? Rat kink? I don't remember what it is, but like growing up from the cement, it's like a tree of rats and rat's nest in that shit. And when we discovered this, and so this had started in his car and had like gone over to my engine, and I got my car fixed. It wasn't that bad in my car. I drove my car for another 6 years after this, but his car was done. And it was just like this filth of rat and death and poison, and we were just like, ugh. It was so bad, yo. It was so incredibly bad that, like, oh my gosh. But yeah, it all started with your car's on fire. I might have left out a couple details, but you guys get it. But like, I'd seen rats scurrying around for a while, and it was in the Camaro, dude. That was like where the mother rat was. Lord of the Rats, straight up. It was crazy, dude. DC sounds like a lovely place. I mean, yeah, it's not very good. Yeah, it was like a red Camaro, but not old school, like a early 2000s Camaro. Terrible smell. Yeah, yes, we moved out. True. So true. Yeah, I mean, I just like so many of those parts came back to me during while I started. I remember my boy just run downstairs like, your car's on fire. I'm like, what the? And yeah, rats are crazy in like cities and stuff. They make nests and they like feed on each other. They get wrapped all up in the same tail. It's disgusting in cities. All right, I mean, look, that's a good petting zoo right there. That's a good way to close it out. So we got 10 tabs left in the petting zoo, so we'll revisit that another time. Very good. Very good. Okay, guys, so I mean, look, I don't know what you guys recommend me do. You ever... Do you remember that scene from Old School? We used to say this shit to each other all the time. I showed this to Aaron as well when he was here. Dude, we used to say this to each other all the time. And like anytime we'd be like, what should I do? Like what are you saying I should do? What do you recommend I do? What do you what should I do?
Going to the airport, I'm kind of in a hurry too. Sorry, your seatbelt seems to be broken. What do you recommend I do?
I recommend you stop being such a faggot. You're in the back seat.
We used to say that to each other all the time. What do you recommend I do?
I recommend you stop being such a faggot. You're in the back seat.
That was like 12 years old, dude. Like, what should I do?
I recommend you stop being such a faggot. You're in the back seat.
I was like, well, I don't know what you recommend I do, guys.
Today I want
So,
to...
I mean, should I... So, I don't know if Old Bear's in the chat, but maybe what I usually do is go to the internet and go to Wikipedia when I do a segment like this. I don't know if it even has a... yeah, it doesn't even have a Wikipedia. But there's a video on it, Dead Internet Theory. This is also... It's also a music artist. Says... it's articles from Wired, articles from The Atlantic. Creepy conspiracy theory claims the internet died years ago. So there's articles on it and stuff. But we're just gonna watch this video right here. Now, I mean, look, I hope I don't get popped all time. We're shilling your channel. Like, I'm gonna provide commentary. I hope enough. But check out all time 143K subscribers on YouTube. I mean, I don't know. Usually, if you're up in the millions of subscribers, you're gonna get popped or something like that. But look, if we get a strike on this channel, subscribe to the dumb stream. So let me get this going too, because we're not streaming on Stephen Ignoramus for the rest of the year. So this is our main channel now on YouTube. No strikes though, but subscribe to the dumb stream. So I put in the Dead Internet Theory channel all time in the chat box, and the YouTube channel right there on the bottom is the dumb stream. So subscribe to the dumb stream. We have 25 subscribers. That's my third channel. So if something happens here, we'll go over there. Let's listen to one about the Dead Internet Theory, and it's shorter than I thought. It's 29 minutes. So let's give it a listen.
To talk about something called the Dead Internet Theory, a disturbing and unsettling yet entirely
So before we even get started, non-con streamist, are you do you believe in this? I know Old Bear actually does think this, but yeah, what's your thoughts on it?
Plausible theory that gives me that awful sinking
and has anyone else heard of it?
Feeling in the pit of my stomach. The kind of feeling you get when you know someone is lying to your face. The kind of feeling you get when you connect two formerly unconnected points in your mind, and their newfound connection gives you chills because you didn't want to believe it, but the truth is too obvious to ignore now. This theory adds a deep-seated gut feeling to what many of you have experienced for years and years but have been unable to put into words. The feeling that something is deeply wrong online, but you can't put your finger on what or why. Many people seem to have pieces and fragments, but no one seems to have figured everything out. Once I explain all of this, I'm sure a lot of you are going to be feeling these exact thoughts. So I'm sorry if I break any worldviews with this video. It honestly isn't my intention. I, like so many others, just want the truth. So let's get right into the Dead Internet Theory. Most of the internet is fake.
So first question is, I asked this about any time someone says something's fake, including myself. What do you mean by fake? Are we, it's like, how far do you want to go with this? Because, you go too far and you get into like full postmodernism where like everything's fake. Like everything's a perception, everything's a whatever. But you get too far the other way and you get into full blown like atheistic autism. My point is either far side of the spectrum is atheistic, because if everything's concrete, then there's no God. And if everything is subjective, then there's also no God, because God is objective.
This theory is a collection of a lot of ideas from many people, but credit must be given to Illuminati Pirate for bringing together so much of this information into a single thread. I'm going to discuss a lot of what he says, as well as pull a ton of information from a variety of sources and comments from all over the web. The simple explanation for the Dead Internet Theory is that the vast majority of the internet is actually generated by artificial intelligence, in conjunction with paid media influencers in order to manufacture consumers for an increasingly wider range of newly normalized products.
Well, look, I believe in that already. Sorry, just like whatever happened there. Yeah, I was thinking about the rats from earlier. But yeah, from what he just said, I definitely agree. Yeah, it's so many bots. It's so much fake bullshit. So I'm saying the word fake right now. What do I mean by that? There's bots, there's shills, there's people there's straight up NPCs. It's and maybe at the top is AI or whatever. It's so algorithm driven. It's ridiculously algorithm driven. Like, I don't think we can even fathom how much so. Like, who gets pushed, what gets pushed where. Why is there some guy on Twitter with like Joe 45679 with like 8,000 followers saying like CIA talking points? It's crazy, man. But there is a human element to it.
As well as to dramatically sway public opinion and control the collective attitude or outlook of people or culture.
True.
For all of the younger people out there who didn't experience the internet as it used to be, the internet of today is vastly different. Before the advent of the internet-connected cell phone, or the mass adoption of the home computer, before social media even existed, the internet was a place where people came to express passion, hobbies, feelings, and thoughts. It wasn't filtered, or selectively shown to you based on what an algorithm thinks you want to hear. It also wasn't an echo chamber to reinforce your pre-existing beliefs, whatever they may be. It wasn't created to keep you locked into a website or an app for hours and hours every single day. The internet was a collection of human thought, both right and wrong, and what you found and enjoyed was up to you. It wasn't monetized. The point of it wasn't to get as many clicks as possible or to keep you engaged for as long as possible. It just was. The internet was whatever you made it. One doesn't realize that they're living in the Wild West until that wild is taken away from them. Just as such, most of us didn't realize that the freedom of expression of the old internet that we all enjoyed would someday disappear. But here we are. Only now, in its awful absence,
would you guys consider MySpace old internet?
Realize how bad things have gotten. Like I said earlier, a lot of people have had this sinking feeling in their gut for a while, but they didn't understand or realize why. The fact is, there is a massive and incomplete puzzle here. Some of us have a piece or two, but none of us have all the pieces, and anyone that claims otherwise, I wouldn't trust them. This incomplete puzzle connects us all, so it's in our best interest to try to find
I would say that was almost the end of it.
Many pieces as possible.
Well, no, I mean like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter in the beginning were real.
These days, the internet feels so empty and devoid of people. Have you ever noticed that? Truly hear me out here. The internet feels devoid of content. It's safe, sterile, bland. There is nowhere to go, nothing to do, see, or read. There are no experiences anymore. It's a collection of 10 or so websites or apps that everyone visits over and over again until they go to sleep, only to do it again the next day. It's a series of empty husks.
Yeah.
The internet seems gigantic.
Yeah, but I think it's also like bigger than that though. Like, I mean, I have real internet. Are you guys bots? Oh gosh, it's my fan base is all feds and bots. Holy crap! Oh, am I a fed? Am I a bot? But I don't know. We do have real interactions. I mean, the cultural. I need to look this up because I never use this word right. Zeitgeist. The defining spirit or mood of a particular period of history as shown by the ideas and beliefs of the time. I am using it right. Yeah, the cultural online zeitgeist is the Overton window, the vernacular, the common beliefs. That is definitely fake, but like it doesn't mean that no real interactions happen. I mean, we're doing it.
More like a hot air balloon because there's nothing inside. The same repeated threads and pictures and similar replies reposted
all the boomers' Facebooks have been hacked like 10 times.
Over and over again across the years, to the point that it's unremarkable anymore. All of your friends enjoying the same funny video as you, the same talking point shared repeatedly over and over online, or how every day something new is trending, so you better jump in and give your take on it. Every day, it's something, so the conversation can never linger too long. There's always the next new or shocking or unusual thing everyone is talking about.
Here's another thing. Like, I don't know exactly how to put this, but, I can, most of what I've done on the show is hammer out my ideas so I get them better a couple months later. Is like, dude, the internet interaction it's not a conversation. It can't be. I mean, interviews, even in-person interviews are the closest thing to a conversation on the internet. But you're not having a conversation on Twitter. You're not having a conversation on Instagram. Like, there's not the nuance of, like, sometimes, like, in general, interrupting is not polite, right? But there's times when you develop a banter with a friend or someone you have chemistry with where, like, interrupting is good because you're, like, finishing each other's sentences and stuff like that. So, and there's also face stuff, like, you know, all kinds of things. That is not a conversation. It's something. I don't know what to call it, but what you do on Twitter and Instagram, me and you right now are not having a conversation. We're not. I mean, we got about a 20-second delay or something like that on YouTube, less than that on DLive, and you're like, there's a character limit, and there's not for me. I can literally keep this rant going. I mean, if, you know, it get boring and I would, you know, repeat myself, but I could just keep the ratio of my words to yours is ridiculous, and you can see me, and I can't see you. So this whole thing of, like, you're having a conversation online is retarded. It's not real. Whenever I want to handle something for real, well, not whenever. Every time I've tried to handle something for real through written word, through text or DMs, I've regretted it. Every time. Like, it's not like it's turned out badly a lot, but when you're trying to handle something for real, best thing to do is like over the phone if you can't see each other in person. Like, because there's all these ticks, dude. There's all these different ticks that you can. So just try to make the point that what people are doing on Twitter and on Instagram in this written form BS is not a conversation.
I'm sure everyone watching this has heard of a news story that sounds like the one that they've heard 1,000 times before, but this time it's new and shocking and unusual. It boggles the brain.
Yeah, 60-40.
For example,
he said 60-40, so it's very possible to speak with another human, true.
How many times have we heard something about a new type of moon only happening tonight or tomorrow? A blue moon, a blood moon, a super flower blood moon, a pink moon, a super pink moon, a hunter's moon, a snow moon. You get the point. Why does everything feel so fake and manufactured? It's always the same thing or a slightly different thing repeated over and over as if it's produced content made to distract and occupy your mind. Why get out there and march in the streets to demand better wages or safer working conditions after a grueling day of work when you can go home and saturate your mind on endless, mindless escapism? The new super glitter moon is happening tonight, and Jimmy Kimmel just said something that is hilarious, and Dr. Seuss books are changing. Aren't you mad? And have you seen the new Marvel trailer? Don't step back. Don't stop to think. Keep engaged. Keep scrolling. Keep buying. Keep wasting your time. Keep pointlessly arguing with bots online made to offend you to spark unending engagement.
Yeah, I mean, I highly recommend you do none of those things. You know what I mean? It's all like part of the human trap, like the human sin trap. But I highly recommend, like, I guess I'm saying if you're not past that point, we all slip up and we all, like, you know, it's not a linear process. But if you haven't grown your mindset past the buy what's next Marvel movie or whatever thing, like, it's like you got to get out of that. It's a mindset. It's a trap. You can be in the city and you can be like whatever. You can be even decently blue pilled at this point and still be out of that trap. I mean, that's the worst trap. Like, you know, or I guess it's the easiest one to free your mind from. I don't know how to frame it, but it's like you must free your mind from what's the next episode of Walking Dead? What's the next video game? You can watch The Walking Dead, play video games. You know what I mean? Like, you can even like have Netflix. I don't, because they're like pedos. But you know, but you can enjoy what you enjoy. But the next issue of the magazine coming out is that's part of how they cuck you.
Do you like superheroes? How about Hollywood drama? New music? The algorithm is here to feed you an endless supply of content based on what it assumes you want.
Dude, so true. Bread says Berenstein, not Berenstain. So true. Yes. Amy Lane in the house. What's up? Welcome. I hope you are well. Are you back in the States? I hope you're safe.
Any of you noticed how sterile fiction has become? How it caters to the lowest common...
No, it's like so deep now, dude. It's like so deep and profound and authentic fiction. Like, Dang, it's so good now.
Denominator.
It's the fucking worst it's ever been. It's basically just like a black supremacist gay propaganda ad.
And follows the same template over and over again. How music is the same bland, seemingly created in a lab song over and over again. There's a
not my tunes, bro.
Reason for all of this.
Dude, I don't be keeping it bland.
Algorithms and computer programs have been manufacturing content now for at least a decade that we know of. It's the Wizard of Oz mindset. Once you take a step back and the curtain has been pulled and you see it for what it really is, you can't go back to the way you used to think. It's like knowing Santa isn't real. No matter what you do, you can't make it real anymore.
What? No.
An interesting detail that Illuminati pirate brought up was anime, and I'm going to include manga as well. And why?
Kind of disavow anime, dude. I kind of disavow. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's like not all, right? But like, not all. Sure. What's our percentage though? And remember, we talked about it before. What's our percentage we're allowed to generalize and discriminate? Anime, it's above 90. I mean, look, people have come my way. Anime fans that are in the chat have come my way with 3 shows, 4 shows, like Cowboy Bebop, and the couple others that I trust you on. But look, how much anime is there? Thousands and thousands of shows, and a lot of them talk about glorifying pedophilia. You know, all of them. They're, you know, it's just sick stuff, man. I mean, it's sick stuff. It's degenerate shit. You know, yeah. I'm trying to make room for, but it's kind of I'll say another one that, you know, won't get me in trouble as much with you guys, but it'll get me in trouble more with whoever. It's like, you know, I don't want to live in the city near black people. Okay? I have black friends. I judge people individually, but you know, there's a certain point that in the city near black people, it's not good these days. It's not good. It's not. I'm not even saying the reason why. Well, the reason why is because there's a ton of crime and they kill a lot of people. But I mean, I'm not even saying the reason why, whether it's genetic. Not, you know, I'm not the big genetics guy. I'm a big action guy, human action. You know, fathers, you know, aren't really there, and they might be violent too. But I'm not trying to. Now, how are we doing on the percentile of how many, you know, black people are criminals in the inner city? Look, I don't think it's more than I don't think it's less than 85%, but it's not 98%. It's in our generalization range, or how likely is it for that? It's not even black people that are criminals. It's how likely is it that you're going to have a violent crime committed against you in these cities? I think it's more than 85%. Maybe I'm wrong if you live in I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But my point. It's that at what point do you get to generalize? And I say disavow anime. It's better off just not touching it. Most of it's degenerate. You can like your shows, do it, but I'm going to keep talking about anime.
Why it's so popular and beloved today. The reason why is because it is such a complex and passion-driven art form. More often than not, the art and story in manga are all created by one person on a weekly basis. There are actual humans behind this content, and because of that, it's so much more enjoyable than so much of the generic computer-created nonsense that is shoved in our faces today. Something intuitively inside of us recognizes that. So side note, watch a really good anime if you haven't. You'll know right off the bat how different it feels compared to anything else on TV. It's got heart and soul and purpose. But let's go deeper.
Sparky says black people don't want to live in the city with black people. It's so true. Yeah. I mean, so Slap says I don't care about anime, so I don't shit on it. It's not for the anime. It's because of the culture. It's always the culture. It's you know, the young men are fighting age men are being wasted on anime. You know, that's really what I'm saying. It's the same thing that any other thing that's degenerate. You know, it's fighting age men are wasting their you know, both men and women are wasting their childbearing years on anime.
into the internet side of things.
Video games too, you know, like sports too, yeah, but anime especially with the, like, what set of can to say, the pedo love starter set. That is beyond true. I mean, like, when, I don't know, we've said what we've said.
Let's talk about YouTube. For the younger people watching this, YouTube used to honestly be about expressing yourself. It was random people in front of a camera talking about how they felt or what they've experienced. It was real, it was organic, it wasn't about trends. Nowadays, if you talk about the wrong thing, your video gets demonetized. If you say the wrong thing, your video gets removed. You can speak freely as long as you're okay with being...
Yeah, they're going for the climate as well. They just said on Google and YouTube that no climate deniers can be monetized.
Expressed in the algorithm.
So they're coming for strikes too eventually.
And no one sees your content. The views, the clicks, the growth on YouTube, it's all nonsense. I did YouTube for 7 years before I got as big as I am today, and it's completely artificial. That's what blew my mind. That was the difference between me not succeeding and succeeding, was realizing that fact. It's all fake. Say the right things and push the right content and you'll succeed. You go with the way the wind is blowing, but if you stand in the face of that wind, you'll be standing there alone with 20 views. And this is not me complaining. These are objective facts. Look at almost any channel you subscribe to and take a look at their views. Individuals are being pushed away in favor of corporate news, corporate music, and safe and inoffensive content that makes money. Another creepy angle regarding YouTube and other forms of media are deepfakes. Not only can computers and AI replicate faces accurately, but now voices as well. The safest thing to assume is that the technology we see in the mainstream today was created 10 to 15 years before we ever saw it. So just imagine what AI can do now, what we won't be able to comprehend for years. It's so creepy to think about. Fake people, fake comments, fake faces, fake articles. It's terrifying. How much of the internet is actually real? People, events, news, so many things can be completely fictional. And I mean, honestly, how would we know? April 15th, 12 years ago off the Sunset Coast of Perth, Australia, a computer network analyst was arrested for stealing one of the most important pieces of insight and information we have today regarding all of this stuff. Upon his arrest and 8 hours of interrogation, he refused to disclose where he had gotten this information from. What information did he steal? Nothing. I just made this entire scenario up. Do you see how easy it could be for an AI or a computer program to write up a plausible article like this and disseminate it? Make 3 or 4 websites push different variant versions of the BS story. Share it to Facebook, Twitter, push it out on Google, and let the unknowing populace read it, believe it, and share it further until a fake story becomes a real story. How long do you think it would take for someone to realize it wasn't real? Things like this have honestly happened many times, and by the time the truth comes out, the internet has moved on to whatever the next objective is. By that future point, almost no one cares anymore, and the facts get moved off of search engines and pushed into unfindable parts of the internet. The internet of old is dead. Here's another interesting thing you yourself can witness. The internet on your smartphone is not the same as the internet on your PC. Try it out for yourself. Go to any popular website with a lot of traffic and spend a few days randomly checking the same thing from your PC and your smartphone. You'll notice from time to time that what you see on one device is completely different from the other. Entire threads can play out differently. Sometimes you'll see different comments, different like to dislike ratios on comments, all kinds of weird anomalies you'd only notice because you're coming at it from two different places. I'm sure a lot of you have experienced the case of trying to find that one comment that you really liked and never being able to find it again. Maybe it was simply deleted, but it's weird that so many of us have experienced that before. The argument for algorithms is that it helps us find what we want to see and caters to our likes and dislikes. That doesn't sound so bad, right? But I don't buy that for a second. Because for years and years, the argument was that different algorithms for different people don't exist. It isn't real. What are you talking about? Well, years later, with overwhelming evidence to prove that algorithms do exist, now it's widely accepted as a real thing and spun as a positive. But that isn't necessarily true either. The algorithm is there to keep you engaged and hooked on websites and apps for longer, to accurately collect your likes and dislikes, and do whatever it takes to keep your eyes glued to the screen and your wallet spending money. If you linger too long on a certain thread or a video, the algorithm will recommend more like it. If you argue online, the algorithm will find and create more incendiary posts to rile you up and keep you engaged. If you didn't already know it, you are the product being manipulated.
Yeah, we've covered Sophia before. I don't remember when. It was sometime last year. She is a learning AI that has some interesting things to say, worth checking out for sure. Yeah, we did that on an episode some point last year.
And used, and AI will do anything to keep you there. What is right? What is wrong? What is allowed? What is not? It's a vicious cycle that weeds out dissent and critique. Nuance isn't allowed. I don't necessarily mean from a political standpoint, although I can't completely disregard this angle. So whether you're right-leaning or left-leaning or something else, suppression is a real thing for all sides. Discussion and understanding aren't good for business. There's a small Overton window of allowed discourse, and if you stray outside of that window, everything is done to squash you or hide you away. And I don't necessarily mean just extreme points of view. Take, for example, war. War is incredibly destructive and awful. So many innocent lives are lost and trillions of dollars are wasted. For what? Profits for corporations and defense contractors, and territory for the geopolitical chessboard, but nothing that directly helps you or I. But advocate against war, or try to make changes to stop war, and the entire internet will miraculously find a way to critique you, destroy you, and silence you. You are just one small voice in a sea of manipulation, money, and power. And that's not all. The AI and algorithms are used to push public opinion. World news is pushed only by a handful of specific people, carefully selected and manicured for you. For every hot-button issue, there is a deliberate and more often than not manufactured angle which is going to be pushed towards you to keep you fighting rather than collectively coming together. Let's briefly talk about the recently ended conflict. The fact of the matter is that no matter what time we left that country, it was going to collapse. 10 years ago, today, or 10 years from now. This is a fact, but they don't want that to be a fact. Obviously, the powers that be wanted us to stay there indefinitely because it is so lucrative. There are so many natural resources to pillage, and the money made by defense contractors was so great, we gotta stay there forever. Thankfully, public opinion was against this. People were tired of it and just wanted it to end. Americans need help over here, not more endless nonsense thousands of miles away. Now, notice how the dynamic shifted when the pullout started. Every major news organization went into overdrive doing everything they could to get back in. Every news channel, every website, every major influencer on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, any person that stood out there saying, "Hey, this is a good thing, bring them home," was crushed by an overwhelming majority online saying the opposite. Now this is incredibly weird, considering the vast majority of Americans say the exact opposite. Stuff like this is the perfect example because you can really see where things aren't adding up. I'm not here to argue the details of leaving. I could make an hour-long video on that, or the political angle or any of that. If you have that deep urge to go into that, I must ask you to stay on topic. The anger and engagement and fighting is all a distraction. The point I'm making is that when there is a narrative or an angle they want, they are going to do everything to get it. It's creepy, it's weird, and it's unsettling. Let's talk more about social media. There is a reward and punishment system built in to push things in certain directions. For example, look at Reddit. I have joked for years and years that Reddit is a hive mind. Now that this theory has come along, that joke seems to be a lot less funny and a lot more realistic. Simply based upon a like or dislike ratio.
It's probably the most cancerous place on the internet. Reddit is truly the worst. I mean, all the platforms can devolve in their own ways, and they certainly have, but you know, Reddit really is the standard. You know, when something, there's a reason that like when there's like a bunch of cancerous comments, someone's like, this is like a Reddit thread. It's just degeneracy, like terrible politics, terrible takes. It's cancer. It's so hateful. They dox people. It's the most hateful shit ever.
Reddit can push up what it deems correct and push down what it deems incorrect. Then you have bots spamming to derail conversations on subjects they don't want discussed, and dividing and conquering on real issues to break down any progress that could be made. It's a psychological game being played on everyone. You want more upvotes, and to get them, you make sure you say the stuff that's going to get pushed up. Don't rock the boat, follow the trends, say agreeable things, avoid disagreeable things or challenging topics. The obvious point of Reddit having a point-based system is to make the points go up. This system discourages you from saying things that will make your points go down. You only want your points to go up. Do you see the problem? I'm not even that much of a contrarian, but the first thing that I do when I check out an interesting Reddit thread is to sort by controversial, because it feels so much more human. I want to read responses from people with different opinions, not so much to get mad or to argue with others, but to have my beliefs challenged. I find it ridiculous that I have to dig so deeply to find this kind of stuff. That's why so many places on the internet feel like echo chambers of repeated ideas and thoughts. I don't want to be reassured that I'm correct. I want to be challenged repeatedly so I can either strengthen my perspective or change it if necessary. Another social media I'd love to talk about is Twitter. What Twitter does is they place people in rooms, and you don't know what room you're in or how you got there, but you're there. You can't escape from these rooms or have a way of checking to see which room you're in or who else is in there with you. Upon learning this, you might think that the goal of these rooms is to lock you in with other people similar to you. But in fact, the goal is to generate high-intensity emotional responses, like outrage or humor. Swelling up your emotional state is more likely to get you to stay on these sites for longer, have more interactions, and allow them to collect more data on you to be sold or manipulated. By trapping us in these invisible rooms, you are more likely to see things you disagree with, but only to a certain extent. You will not have to actually face a detailed counterpoint to your argument, only a brief and complete...
That's interesting. I didn't remember that till right now, but yeah. What's his name? Alexis Ohanian? Yeah, he's married to one of the... I think it's Serena. Weird relationship right there. Just like on its face. Just like the like it's like a power couple. It's like, I don't know, dystopian power couple or whatever. Twitter rooms. I don't think he's talking about that. I think he's talking about that's how their algorithm works. When I've gone onto Reddit, I feel dirty and can't wait to leave. Yeah. Who's the guy that got killed? You guys are going to remember it. He was a Reddit co-founder or one of the people involved in the starting of it, and he got killed. People think he got assassinated. I interviewed a person. Was it Casey Wells from 2 years ago? This guy running for president. He was like talking about this. Let me look this up, dude. Casey Wells, dang, dude. This guy wasn't a bad guy. He was a lefty. I mean, he was an independent, but he was a lefty. Yeah, do you guys remember this? Dang, yo. I would be surprised if even 3 of you remembered this interview. You're just in a room, you don't choose to be there. Yeah, shout out to Casey Wells, yo. Wow. Where's his policy? Here we go. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just trying to find this guy's name. Military visions. Corruption. So it has his positions on everything. Yeah, Quest, you definitely weren't around at the time. The only ones would be like Aimless, Nephilim, Artist, Yamafago, J. Edgar. Huh. It's like supporting the work of some guy. End shadow government. Aaron Swartz. You guys know who I'm talking about? Remembering the work of Aaron Swartz. American computer programmer, entrepreneur, writer, political organizer, and internet hacktivist. Died 2013. People have some weird stuff about him. Dead by suicide, yeah. 2 days after the prosecution in this case rejected a counteroffer by Swartz, he was found dead by suicide in his Brooklyn apartment. He was inducted posthumously to the Internet Hall of Fame. You guys remember what I'm talking about? 2013 DOJ murder, says Sedevacantist. Yep. Yeah, he was based. A lot of people are like, dude, this guy was the real deal.
Complete summary maximized for high-intensity emotion. You see, the point of Twitter isn't to find common ground or debate the issues. It's to misinterpret and argue and get mad and waste time and energy while they collect data on you and throw ads in your face. Twitter does this by imposing an overly strict 240 character limit per tweet to make it physically impossible to discuss complex ideas in such a small space, so conversations naturally devolve into insults and shock value. There's a reason the country feels so divided right now, and it's all intentional. Look at Facebook. It's a well of content thrown at you just to rile you up and support your pre-existing beliefs. Are you mad about this? Well, here is more stuff to get mad about. Are you worried about this? Well, here are more things to worry about. Do you love cats or dogs? Aren't they great? Well, this really bad thing happened to one of them.
Only cats.
You better stay engaged and keep watching. Your emotions don't matter at all to us. Buy the stuff, argue a bunch, and keep isolating yourself from other humans because it makes you less powerful. So how much of the internet is fake? Studies suggest that less than 60% of web traffic is human. That's right, 60%. According to researchers,
but 40% is still a lot as far as the amount of people.
Years, a healthy majority of them are mostly bots. For a period of time in 2013.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you got to finish the stat. Like I said before about statistics, you got to control for enough variables. Like, how many people is that 40% is what I'm saying. I mean, if it's in the billions, it doesn't matter that much. It's, okay, you just got to know this and keep using the internet.
The New York Times reported that half of YouTube traffic was bots masquerading as people, a portion so high that employees feared an inflection point would happen, meaning YouTube systems for detecting fraudulent traffic would begin to regard bot traffic as real and human traffic as fake. They even have a name for this hypothetical event. It's called the inversion. Remember, this was all the way back in 2013, so it's not a stretch in the slightest to assume that the threshold of bot traffic has been met and surpassed, meaning that the internet is, for the most part, filled with non-living voices. It really puts it in perspective how outnumbered we are compared to bots. The vote counts on YouTube, Reddit, Instagram, it's all manipulated and distorted.
They can just look, how easy is it for them to just click a like button?
Little of it is real. For example, every single time that I upload a video, I lose around 10 subscribers. It's like clockwork. Doesn't matter what I upload or how popular it is, I lose around 10 subscribers right when I click publish. Amazingly enough, I'm not alone in this. This isn't a single glitch that just happens to me. This happens to most people with a big enough subscriber base, and I'm sure the numbers scale upward. The common prevailing theory is that it's YouTube's sly way of removing regular humans from the equation. If you're big enough and successful enough, you can weather the storm pretty easily. Losing 10 subs isn't bad when you gain thousands. But if you're a smaller YouTuber, or a YouTuber they don't really want around anymore, losing subs is an easy and subtle way to mentally break you down and eventually remove you from the equation. The push for corporate content and acceptable content is all that matters. YouTube isn't about you anymore. Just change the name already and call it Content Tube or Corporate Tube. But let's get even deeper and more disturbing. DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, is a research and development agency of the United States Department of Defense and is responsible for the development of emerging technologies for use by the military. DARPA had a program called LifeLog, and its goal was exactly that, to log one's entire life.
And that program ended the day Facebook started.
LifeLog aimed to compile a massive electronic database of every activity and relationship a person engages in. This was to include credit card purchases, websites visited, the content of telephone calls, and emails sent and received.
Yeah, this is all headed towards the domestic terror, the clamping down on domestic terror thing. Yeah, they just wanted on to have access to it. I'm not saying this is good, but I don't think that they're snooping into those files all the time. But they wait till you're on a list or something like that until you're labeled a baddie, and they can just access it. It's terrifying.
Faxes, postal mail sent and received, instant messages sent and received, books and magazines read, television viewing habits and radio selections, physical locations recorded by wearable GPS sensors, and even biomedical data captured through wearable sensors. The point of collecting all of this data on everyone was to identify preferences, plans, goals, and markers of intentionality. Another of DARPA's goals for LifeLog had a predictive function. It sought to, quote, find meaningful patterns in the timeline to infer the user's routines, habits, and relationships with other people, organizations, places, and objects, and to exploit these patterns to ease its task. Sounds absolutely terrifying, correct? Well, lucky for us, it was shut down February 4th, 2004 over criticism from civil libertarians concerning the privacy implications of such a system. Interestingly though, on that exact same day, February 4th, 2004, a small and little-known website at the time launched called Facebook. No, I'm not joking, not in the slightest. The exact same day that they shut down LifeLog, Facebook started. Lucky for us though, back in 2020, on Twitter, the official DARPA account came out to reassure people that LifeLog and Facebook have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Even though certain employees of LifeLog went to work at Facebook,
that's such a disturbing
it's
tweet. Like, they think they're setting people's mind at ease or whatever. But it says LifeLog and Facebook have absolutely nothing to do with one another. That a former DARPA employee worked for Facebook stands to reason, as many alumni work in Silicon Valley after leaving the agency. Our average tenure is only 4 years. So again, like I said yesterday, you got to just look at what they're saying. Don't look at, mainstream talking points like View on it or whatever, because mainstream pro-liberty people might even say that, they denied it. But look, they're saying it's a breeding ground. They're saying it is. It's like it stands to reason that they'll work at all as many alumni work at Silicon Valley after leaving the agency. Our average tenure is only 4 years. So I don't know. I mean, I guess they're kind of saying that the 10-year thing, they get tenure early, but it's like, of course there's a pipeline, of course. And the other way as well, I bet. You raise, also this is 2004, so it's not like Silicon Valley wasn't as much, big tech wasn't as big of a thing back then. But it's like, dude, they're saying it's a breeding ground.
To worry about. Right. Once you learn all that, it makes you look back at all those news stories that you heard over the years of Facebook selling user information to other companies.
What was my view on net neutrality in 2017? I mean, I was libertarian, so I just wanted it to be neutral. I wanted it to be like free, but now within a year or two of that, I realized that that's not possible. There's no such thing as net neutrality.
Companies?
That's like saying, national neutrality, or my view of the internet is that it should be like moral and as moral as possible and as voluntary as possible, but it needs to be like nationalistic almost. Like if you recognize that authority is going to exist on the internet either way, it's like you have to just be or join with a moral, God-fearing, smart gatekeeper. That's how I feel about most. That's my view on almost all like influence or whatever. It's like the best you can do is you're not going to secede. I mean, you can try. So we're speaking about like all kinds of stuff right now. We're talking about nations. We're talking about the internet. We're talking about culture, or like a family, a town, or you can secede. I don't recommend it. And I don't think it'll work. I don't recommend it. It's like, so what you have to do is become and promote gatekeepers that are good enough and can trust enough and are decent people.
And all this stuff seems pretty obvious now. We've been played, ladies and gentlemen. Then you had those NSA leaks years ago that the government was in fact spying on all of us. And when you add up all these pieces, it's easy to see that this is a massive puzzle and we simply don't have all the pieces. There's a lot more information in the post by Illuminati Pirate, and I highly recommend anyone go check that out if you want to dig deeper into this topic. I'm going to have a link in the description. The conclusion that he draws is essentially this. The U.S. government is engaging in an artificial intelligence-powered...
The conclusion that he draws. People say it like that.
Gaslighting of the entire world population. Now, whether you agree with this, or disagree, or accept some parts or deny other parts, you can't say this isn't a fascinating theory.
Yeah.
It's a positive feedback loop, a stick and carrot approach. Say and do the right thing, get rewarded. Say and do the wrong thing, get artificially suppressed. This way the narrative can be strung along in whatever way a corporation or government pleases. Why debate and discuss ideas and plan for progress when we can instead yell about stupid, pointless culture war nonsense? Just think about it. The internet is...
Some of it, just don't do it on in written form. I mean, or... I don't know. Like, there's parts of the culture war that are pointless. There's parts that are definitely not.
The fastest way to retrieve, absorb, and share information.
So again, it's like the writing thing. That's the thing that's like, I don't know. I don't know if it's a bigger waste of time than doing like a 3-hour live stream a day, but it's not soul sucking Like I find, I mean, different strokes for different folks a little bit, you know, but I find the whole writing, arguing, and figuring something out, like draining to the soul, like in the top 10 most draining to the soul things. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Come on my show or like listen to me rant and make a response video, like a whatever. Even that can be a little like drama-y, but I'm just saying, dude, it's all about talking to people. You can't figure anything out through text.
Of course, it was going to eventually.
It never works out better than as if you would have had a conversation.
Be manipulated and contorted into what it is today. Nowadays, everyone is too cowardly to have an opinion that clashes with what is deemed acceptable within the Overton window. Artificial trends created by who knows what drive the daily narrative. Then we get drawn into that by an overwhelming human obsession with being a part of the conversation. If you're not a part of it, you feel left out. And if you play it safe and you go with the flow, well, you feel validated and a part of something. It's human psychology and sociology used against us. In this way, the internet and social media, which was supposed to democratize media by allowing users to create whatever content they wanted, has instead been hijacked by the powerful. What was meant to be a communal space for growth and knowledge has turned into a battleground of the ignorant and uninformed, endlessly attacking each other over pointless convictions. The advantage that bots have over us is that they can create an opinion and repeat it and support it over and over again. They are faster than us, there are more of them than us, not to mention the positive feedback given to them and us for repeating their arguments. Think about it. We can't convince them to change their minds because they don't have minds. They are programmed to behave a certain way and do a certain goal. They are a monolith with a focused goal. We are fractured humans with minds that can oftentimes be changed. If 9 out of 10 people say that you're wrong, most people can't handle that kind of pressure, so they cave in and they join the other 9. This is human nature.
Yep.
It's nothing to be ashamed of, but it is being used against us. Most people don't want to be the odd one out, or the person that rocks the boat. This is what the dead internet is today. A brand new big budget movie releases, and all you hear is non-stop praise. Never-ending, unbelievable.
I'm sorry, I didn't look. It's so funny. We're doing it in good fun. We're all like dogpiling on Major Victory in the chat right now. I just meant to say one thing, dude. Now everyone's like F. Holy shit! Sorry, Major. That's so funny, man.
Unbelievable praise and worship for.
Sadvik just says throw it in the pit. F for Major Victory. It said euthanization for stutterers, and Major says I do stutter, just pointing it out. Has to walk the plank, throw it in the pit. Also, dang, holy crap, dude!
Such a great
that's
masterpiece. It's weird.
Yeah, he will be missed. Yeah, Major's gotta report to the authorities in the morning.
Really weird. Obviously, the first thought you have isn't going to be bots and paid influencers are pushing a narrative to sell movie tickets. So you go and see it. It was fine, nothing extraordinary, but here's the thing. Are you going to speak your mind and disagree with the collective? They said it's incredible, and you thought it was just okay. Are you wrong? Is it possible that so many other people are wrong and you just happen to be the one that's right? Do you see where I'm going with this? The internet today isn't at all what it used to be. So who is to blame? Is it us? Is it Google? Is it Facebook?
A little bit.
The government? Politicians?
Yep.
Honestly, it's everyone.
Yeah.
We got so preoccupied with life and small gradual improvements to that life, we didn't see what was happening. It was a small fire that started in the basement, and we just didn't notice it. And now the house is completely burnt down. So what can we do? I suppose the first way to
start
do
your own internet, bro,
is to spread awareness of this. Next, you can pull yourself and your content off Facebook and other social media.
Nope.
Extremely limit the amount of information you share with these companies.
Not gonna happen. That ain't it for me. I've decided past that. I mean, I'm in. Yeah, my accounts are creating new accounts, yo. The mainstream, you gotta be in the game. It's also my thought about music. It's just like, you gotta be in the game. You're out of the game if you're on Gab right now. You're out of the game. I mean, I am on Gab. I have like 28 followers. BitChute, out of the game. You got to be in the game. You got to also be out of the game, but you got to be in the mainstream. You must be in the mainstream. Like that's why YouTube, Twitter, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, even if I'm never gone for good. I ain't gone for good on Twitch. Like you got to be in the game straight up. You got to be on Instagram and just if you can affect not even a one, like your percentage of change, the best you can do, you got to try.
It's also
got to try.
Another thing that everyone could start doing for once is demanding bought and paid for politicians on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, like what I mainly mean is that I've said I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm 6 days fasted and I'm sharp right now. I don't mean necessarily for you guys. I mean for creators, for people trying to move culture, people trying to be in the game. Like I'm trying to look. Is anyone in the chat like really? Not really. Not kind of what I can see. I mean, J. Edgar would be an example. Yeah, there's no one in here that I'm even talking about. If you're trying to content create, you got to be on the mainstream, whether it's music, whether it's whatever.
Sides do better. Turning your phone off, unplugging your Echoes and Alexas, and getting away from everything.
Well, definitely hardliner on robots in the house. Robots with names in the house. Hardline. No Alexa, no Siri, no whoever. Nope. Hardliner on
would help. Imagine one day of no one using any of this stuff. The effect would be unbelievable. Lastly, we need to recognize that the internet isn't real life. We are all so tightly wound in our separate rooms that we have failed to recognize it isn't real. It's a distraction to keep you all safe.
If everyone opts out of the game, it's no longer where the game is at. Everyone opting out is never going to happen. It's never going to happen. Like you're never going to get more than 15% of people. And that is a lot, and you can move the game, like you say, but part of my reason is strategic. What are you going to like in order to communicate with people? You have to be in the game. And unless the only option would be in this scenario is to set a date, all the creators agree that you set a date that everyone leaves. And I'm saying you will never get more than 15%. Maybe if you work for the next 50 years on that being your sole goal. But this everyone leave the game thing, it's not going to happen. That's why I'm saying the only option is the mainstream. As far as strategic viability to change culture, you have to be in the mainstream. That's the reason. The reason I think that is because I used to have the position of what you're saying, Old Bear, but it's not going to happen. What you're saying is true. If everyone leaves, you get a new game. But that's true about a lot of things that aren't going to happen. Like sealing the border would be an example. Like the best thing to do is just seal the border militarily. But you know what? That's not going to happen. So what do?
Separated and
you got to do something.
So pull the plug as much as possible.
Yeah, it takes leaders. It takes critical mass. It takes so many things that I think are not going to happen. Because a lot of the big leaders are, there's no one real. Maybe so. There's barely anyone real with over 1 million followers.
The fact is, we are all in this together. We are all humans who desire a better life, be it American or otherwise. We are all humans with brains and hearts and feelings and emotions. We want a better life for ourselves, for our children, and for the future. They are gaslighting us and manipulating us to fight with each other over the stupidest stuff. My main objective with this video is first and foremost explain the dead internet theory, but secondly to reinforce the idea that even if we disagree with each other over certain things, we need to realize that 99% of that noise is a distraction. We can overcome small differences. Everything doesn't have to be a fight. Everything isn't a life or death struggle, like frauds on the internet try to make it out to be. We don't need to separate and segregate ourselves into smaller and smaller groups just to infight. The more we do that, the less power we all have. If we want to change things, we have to realize that we are all in this together, and the further we grow apart from one another, the chance of us coming together.
We're not all in this together.
For
yeah, we're not. Like that phrase, cool cliche. We're not all in this together. It affects all of us, but there's certain people that can't, won't, and shouldn't work together.
Positive change gets smaller and smaller, and they win. So tell me, what do you think about the dead internet theory? Is this something you could see yourself believing? Or
it's interesting. I mean, it's like it's why I'm like a truther on so many things, but I'm not like I'm a 9/11 truther, not necessarily a hologram guy. Something happened. I mean, he's more right than he's wrong. He's more right than he's wrong. Way more right. You know, it's about the solutions. I don't believe the final, like, rah, we're all in this together. Don't agree. Hard disagree. I can prove it. It's interesting. And I definitely, what he's saying about, it's like mostly dead. It's like rotting internet theory, rotted internet.
Or is it too far out there for you to accept? There's a pretty powerful impulse in all of us that when we hear something huge that could change our view on everything, we reject it to protect ourselves. This is natural and normal. Humans aren't meant to have their entire existence blown up. No one wants to have their entire worldview, which they've built a life upon, crumble before their very eyes. It's intense, it's strange, but I challenge you to face it bravely. Personally, I find this fascinating, but honestly, a little frightening. The first time I read it, it gave me chills. But then again, every spooky mystery kind of gives off that vibe. So I hope you enjoyed this deep dive into something new, and if you did enjoy it,
Very cool. Oh, if you did enjoy it, please hit the like button, hit the share button, relax and tell a friend. All right, let's see if I can studio mode this real fast. Did I do this wrong? So okay, I got you. Okay, so you can still see me right now, which is just fantastic. Music cam. Yeah, we're doing music right now. Would I sell my modern car for one from 86 or older? I don't know. Link this vid in the chat. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. No problem. Thanks for the donations, guys. Appreciate it. The internet isn't dead. It's just a real douchebag. That's funny. Yeah, it doesn't sound far out there at all. It's like actually what's happening. Literally what's happening. Okay. How do I transition? Do I do it? Do I do it like that? Oh, I need to start using studio mode. Help us grow, guys. This program is brought to you by viewers like you. So if you want to help, you can donate, you can hit the like button, you can share, tell a friend, especially sharing. On our next goals are to get the D-Live and the backup channel to 1,000 subs or followers, depending on platform. But yeah, we have 617 on D-Live. I don't know if you want to host, if you want to, bother other streamers. I mean, I got to have more people on. You know what I mean? That's a big boost. Also, it's fun for you guys and me. But yeah, we got to grow. And I'm definitely going to be focused on music a lot more. I mean, look, if I'm fine on money, then I can, it doesn't matter how many people we have, That's the main, not concern, but, the more money I make, I got fired in January, as you guys know. But the more money I can make, the more time I can spend on this and things like that. But help me out, guys. I know you enjoy the program. I enjoy you guys. Thanks for joining us. You just applied for affiliate. I think you can yeah, you can. True. What about you, Slap? You get that affiliate yet? Get that affiliate, son. All right. So I'm doing an open mic tonight, and I'm playing. So I got this big show on the 22nd, right, where I'm playing all my original material. So that's mostly what I'm going to be playing lately. But I'm usually I do the rap stuff at the open mic, but actually I've played it 4 times. I've done the rap stuff twice. No, I've done piano. This will be the second time I do piano. I did guitar the first time, did my rap stuff the last time. But this time I'm just doing some singy songs. Got to get better at them. So I've been practicing my butt off. I've been practicing about 5 hours a day the last week or so. It's really gonna ramp it up in the couple. No D-Live? What's wrong with D-Live? So you didn't get affiliated, huh? Oh, oopsie. What is going on? Oh. So I might play these songs at the beginning and at the end. See how they go in order. Yeah. Yeah. Just dust yourself off, make yourself move around. You'll have a fine time, get over how you're doing now. Walking the fine line, just focus on improving. Gotta change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. Just dust yourself off, make yourself move around. You'll have a fine life, get over how you're doing now. Walking the fine line, just focus on improving. Gotta change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. You gotta get up, there's work to be done. Paint your face, get ready for the circus, son. Change your pace, don't wait until the circus curtains shut. You can't stay in one place, we're all imperfect. You gotta get up, here come the setting sun. Razor blades take you through the day with certain cuts. Change your ways, maybe make yourself a servant, son. Don't let your laces get frayed before the circuit's up. Just stop thinking bad thoughts, then repeating. You got that hunger for some fault, so you feed it. You know the devil's voice is always misleading. You gotta go, just to dust yourself off, make yourself move around. You'll have a fine time, get over how you're doing now. Walking the fine line, just focus on improving. Gotta change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. Just dust yourself off, make yourself move around. You'll have a fine life, get over how you're doing now. Walking the fine line, just focus on improving. Gotta change it, still frame shot to a motion picture. Just change it, still frame shot to a motion picture. Said you gotta get up, there's work to be done. Save your day, it won't work itself for anyone. This ain't a game, it's a struggle, but it sure is fun. You can't stay in one place, we're all imperfect. Don't just stay in one place, we're all imperfect. Oh, you don't stay in one place, we're all imperfect. You can't stop thinking bad thoughts, then repeat. You got that hunger for some fault, so you feed it. You know the devil's voice is always misleading. You gotta go now. Yeah, you gotta go now. You know you got to go now. Just to dust yourself off, make yourself move around. You'll have a fine time, get over how you're doing now. Walking the fine line, just focus on improving. Gotta change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. You gotta get up, make yourself move around. You'll have a fine time, get over what you're doing now. Walking the fine line, just focus on improving. Gotta change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. Just dust yourself off. Yeah. All right. That's what I'm doing first. All right. So I just got distracted. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. I'm talking. I'm enjoying. I'm introducing myself and saying where I'm playing in the next couple weeks. So I'm not going to tell you guys because I don't know why. It's got to be exclusive a little bit. But yeah. I gotta go slower than that. Here's a little story that I told that those in lizard scales don't want you to know. Spin a tall tale that will make most people believe. But I ain't buying what they sold. The reptilians got a thankful gold. That's why the lizard people keep a leapfrogging me. Yeah, Bill Gates, Hillary, and Bill Zuckerberg eating that Bohemian Grill. Every single member of the whole royal family. Yeah, they keep on reaping what they sowed. I wrote a stupid song just to break the mold, but still the lizard people keep a leapfrogging me. Grind my bread and break my bones. I should have kept listening to Alex Jones. David Icke and his multi-part series should have interested me. Yeah, they keep on playing the same old show. I'm trying to win a fight against a bad old toad. That's why the lizard people keep a, 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 the lizard people keep a leapfrogging me. I know you're tired at the side of the road. Please watch out for them amphibians though. They're coming out the water, I'ma make all the people agree. Yeah, you probably think lizard people are shy till there's a scale-skinned man, but he's licking his eye. No wonder lizard people keep leapfrogging me. Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, I should have infiltrated that Bohemian Grove. Gotta let the people know that there's more lizard folk on the sea. Yeah, they keep on playing the same old show. It's hard to win a fight against a bad old toad. That's why the lizard people keep a leapfrogging me. Ma'am, I swear that I'm not stoned. I should have paid attention to that Alex Jones. David Icke and his 6-hour lecture should have interested me. They keep on playing that same old show. It's hard to win a fight against a bad old toad. That's why the lizard people keep her, 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 leapfrogging me. International Gay Frogs. Where is this at? Is it after Lizard People? Oh, here we go. So I'm playing 3 songs. Those are the first 2. But breaking up the silence, for breaking up the silence, there's a whole lot of talking to talk about. There's more said when you open your closed mouth. This mind reading's just weakening in our time frame. Someone's a know-it-all. Are you done pulling cords on the cold call? You spend a weekend doing reading into mind games. But now I ain't listening. There's too much bitterness under the covers, trying to keep from going insane. Yeah. I'm just a second-hand citizen. I'm missing that medicine. You're too damn innocent to change. Yeah. We'll shake the shores of islands, but we'll be waking up with sirens. Just stay the course we intend, depending how we spend the mileage. We'll have struggles, I know you'll get spent if you always want to see me smiling. Say we're bored where we've been. That's why we're breaking up the silence. But breaking up the silence. But breaking up the silence. There's a whole lot of faking going on. Pull up a stool, I can sing you a cold song. This cold preaching, I can keep it going whole days. Maybe longer if I put my mind to it. Windshield, I can put a sign through it. Cold pizza, turntable spinning, cold train. Yeah. But now you're not listening. There's too much bitterness, yeah. Under the covers, trying to keep from going insane. Yeah. I'm just a second-hand citizen. There's too much bitterness. I messed up the words. Let me try that again. But now you're not listening. There's too much bitterness under the covers, trying to keep from going insane. Yeah. I'm just a second-hand citizen. I'm missing that medicine. You're too damn innocent to change. To change. Oh, to change, yeah. Shake the shores of islands, but we'll be waking up with sirens. Stay the course we intend, depending how to spend the mileage. We'll have struggles, I know you'll get spent if you always want to see me smiling. Say we're bored where we've been. That's why we're breaking up the silence. We'll stay the shores of islands, but we'll be waking up with sirens. Just stay the course we intend, depending how we spend the mileage. We'll have struggles, I know you'll get spent if you always want to see me smiling. Say we're bored where we've been. That's why we're breaking up the silence. But breaking up the silence. But breaking up the silence. Up the silence, oh, the silence. All right, yeah. So those are the 3 songs I'm playing. You get 3 songs or 15 minutes. I think that's pretty good, right? It's pretty good 3 songs. I think that's pretty solid. I practice them a lot. I've been practicing so much. Like all the time. What are viewers like you saying? And we'll do whatever we want for the rest of the class. It would be better with kazoo, huh? Yeah. The soothes the soul that hates the kazoo. No, that would not be better. The lizard people might need some kazoo. Thank you. Kazoo tyrant. No kazoo. Yo, you got along with this one guy that was hating on me. This is one of them conspiracy bands. Dude, that song Lizard People does trigger some people. It's awesome. It's great. So does Cul-de-sac. Yeah. All the kazoo. We're doing kazoo in the most serious of songs. What do you guys want to hear? Take free requests. Usually, dude, you remember that day that we talked about like the packing a lip? I guess that was episode 600, where you like do the finger. Fucking Post Jazz sent me a picture of him like crushing it with both hands. Like some story about his life, a coming like how he used to dip or something like that, but just like whap, 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 whap. I was like, dang, dude. Yeah, this guy was telling me that at this festival I played, the cul-de-sac, the man doing work and the woman in the kitchen triggered some people. Give me just 1 second. I'll turn up the song for your listening pleasure. Hang on. Okay, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to do my original singing songs, and then we're going to be done. So there's something I got to handle, but I mean, look, that's like 40 minutes worth of material. So what I'm doing, people on the gram might have noticed this on my music account, but so this set I'm playing like an hour-long set of my looping and rapping stuff, and then I'm at the grand piano at this place for about half an hour, 40 minutes or something like that. Then I'm closing it out with another hour on the loops and stuff. But I mean, I'm playing a lot of these songs on the grand piano there, so I'm so excited for that. I mean, that's always a treat. So, let's let's see if I can do this one. I mean, now that I'm fresh, you know. This opening lick start. Gotta do this slow. I just wrote this the other day, so I got it slow. Water, living water. Living water, water. Living water, can you spare it? Slide short of it, are you sharing? Can't grip it enough to grab it, and it's a fine bucket. Can I get my lips a sip of living water? Preacher man, can you carry it? It's a burden that I can't bear, yeah. I'm thirsty, can you prepare me to give myself a sip of living water? Preacher man. He's meeting a new Samaritan, asking her for a drink in hand. He said, if you ask it for me, I'm gonna be the one that gets you living water. The scripture says, yeah, you'll never thirst again. Yeah, that's why your thirst is gone. You know that lady left a water pot. It was time to start to spread the gift of getting God. Didn't even need a second thought. You know we got ourselves a giving God. Lord willing, like the lady at the water pot. It was time to spread the gift of giving God. Lord willing, living water. Lord willing, living water. Oh, living water. Living water. Can you help me? 'Cause I'm on a mission that's melting. Ever since I was young, I felt I just had to get a sip of living water. But preacher man, sick and tired of all the Pharisees, disciples spending up our savings. Just up the road you can make it. There's water enough to drink. It sprung up in the time of Jacob. Yeah, yeah. Water. Yeah, yeah, the scripture said you'll never thirst again. That's why your thirst is gone. Like the lady left her water pot, it was time to start to spread the gift of getting God. Lord willing, didn't even need a second thought. You know we got ourselves a giving God. You gotta know it's like the lady with the water pot. It was time to start to spread the gift of getting God. Lord willing, living water. Lord willing, living water. Lord willing, living water. Gotta work on that little riff. But yeah. I'm playing that on the 22nd, so I gotta get good at that one, yo. Got to know why. Right? Oh, subscriptions being gifted by Silosopher. Yo, bro. How do I turn this up? Oh, there we go. Sorry. Whew. What are viewers like you saying? Gardening tools. That's from earlier. We'll play Take Two in a little bit. It's not a Steinway, no. No, that'd be tight. Yeah, Silosopher is doing the work over there. That's tight. Christian dubstep. There is that, probably. There is that. All right. So let me just work on soloing for a little bit. I got to do it slow. Fast pace, I won't say that I'm sorry. I'm here for the safari. Won't you step in my Ferrari, baby? I'll sashay in the rain till I'm soggy. I sure could use a hobby. Come and step into my lobby, baby. My back aches, I still bray like a donkey. My balance getting wobbly. Don't you know that I'm a zombie, baby? What can I say? I sang like Pavarotti. I sure could use a hobby, baby. You can try to hate, but I'll laugh it off. You can try to hate, but I'll laugh it off. Try to be the young buck, but I'll pass it off. Is this a pasta date? You should pass the sauce, or else you never should have gotten involved. You can say that Heaven's Gate is for Santa Claus. Your way to Death Star with your catapult. You never change my mind with your data, y'all. Cause our contract is hereby dissolved. You like to share a plate with a cannibal. You even came to wait with your camera, y'all. Preparing for a date with a cannonball. Until it's too late, then you stall. Yeah. Fast pace, I won't say that I'm sorry. I'm here for the safari. Won't you step in my Ferrari, baby? I'll sashay in the rain till I'm soggy. I sure could use a hobby. Come and step into my lobby, baby. My back aches, I still pray like a donkey. My balance getting wobbly. Don't you know that I'm a zombie, baby? What can I say? I sang like Pavarotti. I sure could use a hobby, baby. Do what your pastor say, don't be slacking off. You shouldn't celebrate all the shacking up. You're gonna pass away in your sack of cloth. To wait until your daylight's dissolved. You say that you're a victim of passion, dog. I say that you're a victim of patterns, y'all. Until you take a break from the whacking off, you're never gonna know that it's wrong. You get some lemons for your angel, just match them all. Someone to lead the game would be magical. Would you come and save the day, Mr. Samuel? But you don't get King David, you get King Saul. Yeah, fast pay. Oh, that's the wrong part. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Always speed up on this one so much. I'm doing this one from the beginning. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me just a second. Fearless for hosting. Thank you for hosting. I appreciate it. All right. Fast pace, I won't say that I'm sorry. I'm here for the safari. Won't you step in my Ferrari, baby? I'll sashay in the rain till I'm soggy. I sure could use a hobby. Come and step into my lobby, baby. My back aches, I still bray like a donkey. My balance getting wobbly. Don't you know that I'm a zombie, baby? Can I say I sang like Pavarotti? I sure could use a hobby, baby. You can try to hate, but I'll laugh it off. Try to be the young. No, I always see that's what I'm getting wrong. What can I say? I sang like Pavarotti. I sure could use a hobby, baby. You can try to hate, but I'll laugh it off. Try to be the young buck, but I'll pass it off. Is this a pasta date? You should pass the sauce, or else you never should have gotten involved. You can say that Heaven's Gate is for Santa Claus. You way to Death Star with your catapult. You'll never change my mind with your daddy, y'all, because a contract is hereby dissolved. You like to share a plate with a cannibal. You even came to wait with your camera, y'all, preparing for a date with a cannonball. Until it's too late, then you stall. Yeah, fast pace, I won't say that I'm sorry. I'm here for the safari, won't you step in my Ferrari, baby? A sachet in the rain till I'm soggy. I sure could use a hobby, come and step into my lobby, baby. My back aches, I still bray like a donkey. My balance getting wobbly, don't you know that I'm a zombie, baby? What can I say? I sang like Pavarotti. I sure could use a hobby, baby. Do what your pastor say, don't be slacking off. You shouldn't celebrate all the shacking up. You're gonna pass away in your sack of cloth. Don't wait until your daylight's dissolved. They say that you're a victim of passion, dog. I say that you're addicted to patterns, y'all. But you come and take a till you take a break from the whacking off. You're never gonna know that it's wrong. You get some lemons for your hate, you'll just mash them on. Someone to lead the game would be magical. Would you come and save the day, Mr. Samuel? But you don't get King David, you get King Saul. Fast pace, I won't say that I'm sorry. I'm here for the safari, won't you step in my Ferrari, baby? I'll sashay in the rain till I'm soggy. I sure could use a hobby, come and step into my lobby, baby. My back aches, I still bray like a donkey. My balance getting wobbly, don't you know that I'm a zombie, baby? Can I say I sang like Pavarotti? I sure could use a hobby, baby. I sure could use a hobby, baby. Okay, already did Breaking Up the Silence, but I might close out those 3 songs again, just to be sure. Did Dust Yourself Off. Okay. This one's a funky arrangement. What are you guys talking about? I got a date. It's a date with a cannibal. Wait, no. You'd like to share a plate with a cannibal. Preparing for a date with a cannonball. Either way, messy. Either way, messy. No, I'm only doing originals. Yeah, I mean, I don't have that much gas in me. Hey, guys, so I've now been, I want to talk about it less in the stream, but, I mean, which is what we're doing. We talked about it a lot yesterday, but I am 132 hours into a fast. Got a shout out to the people, Jessica Green, Aimless Gamer, and Katie Zed, maybe other people did too, for recommending electrolytes. I had an electrolyte drink with 0 calories in it before the gym yesterday, and I don't know if I've ever felt so alive in my life. I feel like if I fast and do one of those every day, and one of those every 4 days, then I could fast for a full month. Like, I feel so good today. Just after I drank that drink before the gym, and I was like, rah! It was crazy. What am I going to eat today? I don't know yet. Probably like a small salad. Electrolytes are a key to fast. It was so good. I was like, oh my gosh. And I was just at the gym, 120 hours, gym, like 100 hours fast, just like, I was just, actually, yesterday was pull day. I was just crushing at the gym, and my back is so sore today. No burgers. No, it's got to be light. Just like, yeah. I'm having a couple beers tonight, though. So, I mean, that's not good, but, you know. Feel like a shill for Smart Water. Smart Water's aight. It's aight. Hot Stuff? No way. How'd you get that, Indecisive? Yo, look at that sticker right there. Wow. That's very funny. You know I wanna take two. Show me what's up. You know I'm gonna take two. That means I'm gonna take two with my fake news. Record shows, I keep my hope in a cup. I fill it up with fake booze. Could give my fake news from a show that's got me soaking it up, and so I throw on the tube. Give my fake news. Girl, I'm jonesing for the soap and the scrub. I hope for heaven's sake soon I have a breakthrough episode, but baby, show me what's up. Needs I'm gonna take two. I need a clue, man, I need a directive. Ain't got a minute, I can't finish my breakfast. My eyes are closed, I think I need them dissected. Can barely keep them open, cause I'm scratching at my face for some more. Cable news, man, what you expect? Dan, Mr. Snopes, can you give me a fact check? These night shivers in my sleep got me stressing. I'm just a wishing I could find someone to double the dose. Put on my coat, I said I need some reception. The chemicals, they can oil up my engine. The talking heads help me with my reflection. I gotta get my fixing for the evening, so I pick up the phone. It never ends, never stays the same. I'm in the wilderness for 40 days. I need $1, but I'm short on change. Could you help a brother out with some? Gotta enroll me in the AA. A fresh token after so many days. Could you help me get a sip of one? Better yet, make it double the fun. What's up, baby, what's up? That means I'm gonna take two. That means I'm gonna take two with my fake news. Record shows, I keep my hope in the cup. I fill it up with fake booze. Could get my fake news from a show that's got me soaking it up, and so I throw on the tube to get my fake news. Girl, I'm jonesing for the soap and the suds. I hope I have a breakthrough, for heaven's sake soon. Give me one, but baby, double the dope. You know I'm gonna take two. I need some of it, I need a suggestion. A quick bump from my cable connection. Inside the steeple, gots to preach to my brethren. I gots to get a pitch of it, the demons freaking out at my door. I see how soft it gets and the apocalypse. Say I should take a break and say I put a sucking in. I pop the top of the bottle and tip it back. I dissolve it, it ain't a problem. I'm just making sure I'm wobbling. I'm gonna have to go home to my best friend, my school teacher, CEO, and my I gotta do that verse again. Need some of it, I need a suggestion. A quick bump from a cable connection. Inside the steeple, about to preach to my brethren. I got to get a pinch of it, the demons freaking out at my door. I see how soft it gets in the apocalypse. Maybe I'll take a break, maybe I'll put a sock in it. I pop the top of the bottle and tip it back. I dissolve it, it ain't a problem. I'm just making sure I'm wobbling. I'm gonna have to go home to my best friend, my school teacher, CEO, and my reverend. Got that exact mashed potion, no preference. I'm down to do whatever if I just get double the dose. It never ends, never stays the same. I'm in the wilderness for 40 days. I need $1, but I'm short on change. Would you help a brother out with some? Gotta enroll me in that double A. A fresh pattern after so many days. Could you help me get a simple one? Better yet, baby, double the fun. What's up? But baby, what's up? This means I'm gonna take two. You know I'm gonna take two with my fake news. Record shows, I keep my hope in the cup. I fill it up with fake booze. Could get my fake news from a show that's got me soaking it up. And so I throw on the two for fake news. Girl, I'm jonesing for the soap and the scrub. I hope I have a breakthrough, for heaven's sake, soon. Give me one, but baby, double the dose, double the dose, double the dose. Don't you know that there's a feud in my belly, Holmes? A Twinkie ring, sweet tooth on a jelly roll. You know I find it hard to speak when I barely know. For now I wrap the cellophane round my cellophone. You know I find it hard to speak when I barely know. For now I wrap the cellophane round my cellophone. It might be time for take two. Take two. Who does number 2 work for? Just because the number 2 is in it. This song reminds me of number 2 only because the word 2 is in it. So true. Not for me, but Austin Powers. Yeah, the hot stuff sticker is legit. That's so legit. So that's a bit over at the Matt and Blonde thing too. Dang. Instead of a Candace says, I know myself, if I ever try to sing this in public, blank, 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 would slip out and my career would be over before it started. Damn, bro. If we ever have a private show, though, if we ever have like a private show with no recording, or maybe a recording, I don't know. Yeah, okay, let's try one. It's just in the chat. Okay. Dang. It seems like Blonde would know about that. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da. The chemtrail funk. Ra-da-da-da-da-da. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da. The chemtrail funk. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. The chemtrail funk. So I'm like actually gotta practice this one because I just wrote it. I just finished it or whatever, you know. Yeah, won't you watch that trail in the sky just to spin that tail, Mr. NASA guy? They in their chemtrail funk. La da da da. There's President Nixon is on the line. Keep spreading that fiction to pass the time. He in the chemtrail funk. La da 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 da. Yeah, this weird. I haven't done this to a beat yet. I think I got a good idea to it. You know. Just hand me that waiver, I can give it a sign. It's my severance papers with the, oh, that's not the first verse anymore. That's the second verse. One fine day in 1969, I guess something happened towards the end of July. They got the sweeps wool over your eyes when you tell me Buzz Aldrin is a stand-up guy. Eating a pudding, better yet a moon pie. You hear the big news about your favorite news guy, Mr. Russian. Okay, it does. Mr. Russian. One fine day in 1969, I guess something happened towards the end of July. They got the sheep's wool over your eyes when you tell me Buzz Aldrin is a stand-up guy. Eating a pudding, better yet a moon pie. You heard the big news from your favorite news guy, Mr. Russian. How's that transit? Eating a pudding, better yet a moon pie. You heard the big news from your favorite news guy, Mr. Russian diplomat is asking for a sign, wrapping up a big present, it's petrified. I called the station, need some navigation. Houston, what's the problem? I said the faking. I got a clue from Stanley Kubrick. That's a hard line. I can't even do that line today. I can hear. It's gotta be way slower. I got a clue from Stanley Kubrick's Mass Persuasion. That's how slow I need to say it. I got a clue from Stanley Kubrick's Mass. I can't do it today. But I got a clue from Stanley Kubrick's Mass Persuasion. I called the station, need some navigation. Houston, what's the problem? I said the faking. I got a clue from Stanley Kubrick's Max Frustration. He knew the room was in the lunar destination. From a flight wall, I know how to wake him. It's frustrating. Okay, so screw that one word. Flight log, I don't know how to wake him. It's frustrating. Perhaps I got the pre-launch shaking. To know if I could do it all day, just look at what the tea leaves say. Well, every time I see a trail overhead, a male frog stares at me like he wanna have sex. And can't you see that the clogging up vents, neck and head won't just knock me off sense? Yeah, I just gotta practice it. 69, something happened towards the end of July. They got the sweeps wool over your eyes when you tell me Buzz Aldrin is a stand-up guy. Hitting the pudding and need a moon pie. Eating the pudding, better yet a moon pie. Yeah, it's hard. I haven't done it. Yeah, now one fine day in 1969, I guess something happened towards the end of July. They got the sheep's wool over your eyes when you tell me Buzz Aldrin is a stand-up guy. Eating a pudding, better yet a moon pie. You heard the big news from your favorite news guy. Mr. Russian diplomat is asking for a sign, wrapping up a big present, straight petrified. I called the station, need some navigation. He said, what's the problem? I said the faking. Something Stanley Kubrick's Max Persuasion. He knew the room that was in the lunar desert. He knew the room that was. He knew the room that was the lunar. He knew the room that was the lunar destination. Just gotta practice it. I'm second guessing my lyrics, but you gotta make them flow. He knew the room that was the lunar destination. Flight log, I don't know how to wake him. It's frustrating. Because I got the breathing blonde shaking. To know if I can do it all day is take a look at what the tea leaves say. Well, every time I see a trail overhead, a male frog stares at me like he wanna have sex. And can't you see that the clogging up vents, knucklehead, could you make it make sense? Won't you watch that trail in the sky? Won't you spin that tail, Mr. NASA guy? They in that chemtrail funk. La 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 la. President Nixon Nixon is on the line. Keep spreading that fiction to pass the time. Yeah. Chemtrail funk. Shout out to Antarctica, DC, Dubai, Moscow, North Korea, Tel Aviv, Shanghai. Global police, I can put it in drive. Just tell me which airline is safe to fly. Ain't that but a sight for sore eyes that the Mountain of Babel can't wait to climb. The chemtrail funk. Shout out to Antarctica, DC, Dubai, Moscow, North Korea, Tel Aviv, Shanghai. Global police, I can put it in drive. Just tell me which airline is safe to fly. Well, ain't that but a sight for sore eyes since the Tower of Babel can't wait to climb. The chemtrail funk. Hand me the waiver, I can give it a sign. Or it's my severance papers with the date and time. You're over baking it and taking the pie. You wonder why these other rappers can't wait to die. Sad savage, I blame it on my baggage. How my man Brandon raised me on the devil's cabbage. Maybe it's random, shore's out of balance. I'm taking drinks from a fluoridated chalice. Flight log, I don't know if it matters. I'm just a rapper, a moth that's caught up in the zapper. Apologize, I don't want to make a rap. It's just not a normal pattern. Why every time I see a trail overhead, a male frog stares at me like you wanna have sex? Can't you see the leather clogging up vents? Knucklehead, could you make it make sense? Won't you watch that trail in the sky? Just spin that tail, Mr. NASA guy. They in that chemtrail funk. La la da da da. Just President Nixon is on the line. Keep spreading that fiction to pass the time. He in the chemtrail funk. La 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 la. Shout out to Antarctica, DC, Dubai, Moscow, North Korea, Tel Aviv, Shanghai. Global police, I can put it in drive. Just tell me which airline is safe to fly. Ain't that but a sight for sore eyes as the Tower of Babel can't wait to climb to that chemtrail funk. Ra-da, da-da, da-da, da. Gotta practice those verses, but I'm happy with a lot of it. My favorite part is the shout out to Antarctica, DC, Dubai, Moscow, North Korea, Tel Aviv, Shanghai. I just like that. I gotta make that longer though. Gotta make that like a bunch, all like every country. This one might, yeah. I think this is gonna. Yo, we gotta. I'm gonna write down Florida guy as a potential lyric. That's Florida guy. Gonna use that, bro. I'll credit you. Yeah, this is gonna trigger some folks. That's fine. A lot of people like it. You just need the critical mass. Okay. Well, one fine day in 1969, I guess something happened toward the end of July. They got the sheep's wool over your eyes when you tell me Buzz Aldrin is a stand-up guy. Eating a pudding, better yet a poon. I can't say that. Dang, dude. Nope. Dyslexic. Blame it on dyslexia. Eating a pudding, better yet a moon pie. You heard the big news from your favorite news guy. Mr. Russian diplomat is asking for a sign, wrapping up a big present straight petrified. I called the station, need some navigation. Houston, what's the problem? I said the faking. I got a clue from Stanley Kubrick's Mattress Persuasion. He knew the room that was the lunar destination. Flight log, I don't know how to wake him. It's frustrating. Perhaps I got the pretty long shaking. I don't know if I can do it all day. Just look. I gotta practice that. Flight log, I don't know how to wake him. It's frustrating. Perhaps I got the pre-launch shaking. To know if I could do it all day, let's take a look at what the tea leaves. Well, every time I see the trail overhead, a male frog stares at me like you wanna have sex. I can't see that the clogging up vents, knucklehead, cause you knocked me off sense. Just watch that trail in the sky. Won't you spin that tail, Mr. NASA guy? Yeah, it's the chemtrail funk. La da da da. President Nixon's on the line. Keep spreading that fiction to pass the time. Chemtrail funk. Shout out to Antarctica, DC, Dubai, Moscow, North Korea. Yeah, what you got to do is like you have all these countries, and then you include the Florida guy as one of the countries. That's gonna be what I do. But I gotta write. Shout out to Antarctica, DC, Dubai, Moscow, North Korea, Tel Aviv, Shanghai. Global police, I can put it in drive. Just tell me which airline is safe to fly. Ain't that but a sight for sore eyes? It's the Tower of Babel, can't wait to climb to that chemtrail funk. Yeah, this is first time performing the new lyrics, yeah. Definitely first time. I wrote the 2 verses, finished the chorus. So I'll be playing this for people next Saturday. I'll be playing this for the first time for Katie Zed. Hand me the wave, I can give it a sign with some severance paper with the date and time. You overbaking it and take it to pie. Wonder why these other rappers can't wait to die. Sad savage, blaming on my baggage. How my band Brandon raised me on the devil's cabbage. Maybe it's random, shores out of balance. I'm taking drinks from a fluoridated chalice. Flight log, I don't know if it matters. I'm just a rapper, a mouth that's caught up in the zapper. Apologize, I don't wanna make a rapper. It's just not a normal pattern. Well, every time I see a trail overhead, a male frog stares at me like you wanna have sex. Can't you see like the clogging up vents? Knucklehead, just do what the song. Knucklehead, would you knock me off sands? Just watch that trail in the sky. Just watch that trail in the sky. It's coming up quick. It's coming up quick, yo. All right, we're done for the day. I just wanted to get that out there. No. We're not done for the day. I got to practice this one. Well, I mean, dang. Let me do this one. We're going to extend this by another 20 minutes. Because I got to do Storm Shed, and I'll do the other 3 songs again. Oh, wait. That's the wrong. My forearm's dead. So that's the best I've done on air. I've played it perfect about 3 times downstairs on my piano. And I'm on the real piano on it's a lot of this keyboard. This keyboard, I have to adjust like the sensitivity settings or something like that. And the action's different. Also, I'm at a different, like, I think my keyboard needs to be lower for me to play it correct on this one. Or I just need to practice more. I'm close. But down there, I've done it like 3 times. But yeah, my forearm's burning. Okay. Women shouldn't be mods. You banning people? Mods banning each other. How do I ban myself? You're not allowed to use that. What's the... Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I just felt myself run out of gas. Okay. Let's just do the whole thing again. Not the song, but... All right. Thanks for listening to my BS, guys. It helps to practice. I mean, look, I get so much better. Like, I get so much better practicing on my own than practicing in front of you guys. This is not practice because it's if people are watching and like, you know, this is performance, but crap performance. But when I practice alone, man, for 5 hours a day, I get so much better. That's just how it is. Stand on a step stool. True. Yeah. Dust yourself off, make yourself move around. You'll have a fine time, get over how you doing now. Walking the fine line, just focus on improving. Gotta change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. Just dust yourself off, make yourself move around. You'll have a fine life, get over how you're doing now. Walking the fine line, just focus on improving. Gotta change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. Gotta get up, there's work to be done. Paint your face, get ready for the circus, son. Change your pace, don't wait until the curtains shut. You can't stay in one place, we're all imperfect. You gotta get up, here come the setting sun. Razor blades take you through the day with certain cuts. Change your ways, maybe make yourself a servant, son. Don't let your laces get frayed before your circuit's up. Just stop thinking bad thoughts, then repeat. You got that hunger for some fault, so you feed it. You know the devil's voice is always misleading. You gotta go now, just to dust yourself off. Make yourself move around, you'll have a fine time. Get over how you're doing now. Walking the fine line, just focus on improving. Gotta change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. Just dust yourself off, make yourself move around. You'll have a fine life, get over how you're doing now. Walking the fine line, just focus on improving. Gotta change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. Just take still frame shot to a motion picture. You gotta get up, there's work to be done. Save the day, it won't work itself for anyone. This ain't a game, it's a struggle, but it sure is fun. You can't stay in one place, we're all imperfect. You can't stay in one place, we're all imperfect. Oh, you can't stay in one place, we're all imperfect. You won't stop thinking bad thoughts, then repeat. You got that hunger for some fault, so you feed it. You know the devil's voice is always misleading. You gotta go now. You gotta go now. You know you gotta go now. Just dust yourself off, make yourself move around. You'll have a fine time, get over how you're doing now. Walking the fine line, just focus on improving. Gotta change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. Just dust yourself off, make yourself move around. You'll have a fine life, get over how you're doing now. Walking the fine line, just focus on improving. Gotta change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. Just change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. Just change up the still frame shot to a motion picture. Dust yourself off. Here's a little story that I told. Those in lizard scales don't want you to know. You spin a tall tale that will make most people believe. But I ain't buying what they sold. The reptilians got a thing for gold. That's why the lizard people keep leapfrogging me. Oh yeah, Bill Gates, Hillary and Bill Zuckerberg eating that Bohemian Grill. Every single member of the whole royal family. They keep on reaping what they sowed. I wrote a stupid song just to break the mold, but still the lizard people keep leapfrogging me. Grind my bread and break my bones. I should've kept listening to Alex Jones. David Icke and his multi-part series should've interested me. Yeah, they keep on playing the same old show. I'm trying to win a fight against a battle toad. That's why the lizard people keep leapfrogging me. I know you're tired at the side of the road. Please watch out for them amphibians though. They're coming out the water, I'ma make all the people agree. Yeah, you probably think lizard people are shy till there's a scale-skinned man, but he's licking his eye. No wonder lizard people keep leapfrogging me. Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos should have infiltrated that Bohemian Grove. Gotta let the people know that I scoped some lizard folk on the sea. Yeah, they keep on playing the same old show. It's hard to win a fight against a battle toad. That's why the lizard people keep 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 leapfrogging me. Ma'am, I swear that I'm not stoned. I should have paid attention to that Alex Jones. David Icke and his 6-hour lecture should have interested me. They keep on playing that same old show. It's hard to win a fight against a battle toad. That's why the lizard people keep 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 leapfrogging me. Breaking up the silence, but breaking up the silence. There's a whole lot of talking to talk about. There's more said when you open your closed mouth. This mind reading's just weakening our time frame. Someone's a know-it-all. Are you done pulling cords on the cold call? You spend a weekend doing reading into mind games. But now I'm not listening. There's too much bitterness. Under the covers trying to keep from going insane. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just a second-hand citizen. I'm missing that medicine. You're too damn innocent to change. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll shake, shake the shores of islands, but we'll be waking up with sirens. Just stay the course we intend, depending how we spend the mileage. We'll have struggles, I know you'll get spent if you always want to see me smiling. Just say we're bored where we've been. That's why we're breaking up the silence. But breaking up the silence. But breaking up the silence. That's a new chord. There's a whole lot of faking going on. Pull up a stool, I can sing you a cold song. This cold preaching, I can keep it going whole day. Maybe longer if I put my mind to it. Windshield, I can put a sign through it. Cold pizza, turntable spinning, cold train. Now you're not listening. There's too much bitterness under the covers, trying to keep from going insane. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just a second-hand citizen. I'm missing that medicine. You're too damn innocent to change. Oh, to change. Change, yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll shake the shores of islands, but we'll be waking up with sirens. Just stay the course we intend, depending how we spend the mileage. We'll have struggles, I know you'll get spent if you always want to see me smiling. Say we're bored where we've been. That's why we're breaking up the silence. Yeah. Shake the shores of islands, but we'll be waking up with sirens. Stay we're bored. Stay the course we intend, depending how we spend the mileage. We'll have struggles, I know we'll get spent if you always want to see me smiling. Just say we're bored where we've been. That's why we're breaking up the silence. But breaking up the silence. But breaking up the silence. Breaking up the silence. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, up the silence. All right. We are done. We are donezo. I'll put on a song for a second to decompress with y'all ass. All right, thanks for listening, everybody. Yeah, those are the 3 songs I'm playing tonight. Voice is feeling good. Voice is a little rough, but that's okay. They're. I got it. Why did it revert to the old one when she donated ice cream? That's weird. That is weird. Yeah, go watch Amy Lane. I'll host her right now. I will host her. Yeah, subscribe to Amy, friend of the show, been on twice, got to get her on her again. Glad she's back in the States. Kazoo's in the corner. This one is begging for a kazoo. That's hilarious. some swing dancers. Hot stuff. You needed this song in my life the first time. You talking about Dust Yourself Off? Yep. Yep. Thanks for coming. That was a good one. Good week, guys. Good Friday. Well, not the Good Friday, but 6/11. Back on Monday with 6/12. Maybe missing. I have a prediction, by the way. There's going to be no stream next Friday. It's just a prediction. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything going on at 10 a.m. on next Friday. Just saying. Those who know, know. Not to make plans in the chat or whatever. Not to make plans or whatever. More music coming up. More and more music. So tonight playing open mic. Just reminding myself you guys won't be there. What else? Anything this weekend? Not really. I'm just practicing a lot. I'm working on recording. I'm just in music mode. 5-6 hours a day. Day of struggling. But yeah, it's good. I'm going to go get a workout in. I don't know when I'm going to eat. I think I'm going to eat at 5. So that would be 137 hours. I don't know. I might just have some light and get right back on the fasting thing. I'm not sure. I want to see how I feel. Electrolytes are key. Shout out again to Aimless Gamer, to Katie Zed, especially Aimless Gamer. But Jessica Green and Katie Zed for suggesting that. I mean, look, after I drank that yesterday, got back from the gym, I was like, I feel like I could fast for 6 more days right now. I'm not going to, but like, dude, those electrolytes were huge. And I didn't know there was electrolyte stuff with 0 calories. No. If I drink beer, I will eat. If I don't eat, I won't drink beer. That's hilarious. No, that'd be really bad. That would be very, very, very bad. Yeah, get drunk off of like 1, dude. Yeah. No, that would not. Yeah. I thought about that. I didn't think about doing it. I'm just saying I thought about that tonight because I'm going to this open mic. I was like, if I'm going to drink a beer, I gotta eat. Gotta eat. Gotta eat. Help us grow, guys. Hit the like button, hit the share button. Trying to get more people in here. The right amount. You know, like the right amount. If we had like 15 or 20 more regulars, that would be perfect. And what we could always do if it got annoying, the plan is if we get really, really big, we'll go to subscribers only chat and we'll just gift them. Like if someone can't afford it, I'll pay for it. But like the regulars will get the exclusive chat, and then like the cretins, like what we'll do is we'll talk about it, but we'll probably like turn off Restream Bot. So all the subscribers can talk in the D Live chat, and the cretins will chat in the other one. How much weight have I lost? 13 pounds. No. Galaxy says I'll try to funnel the simps from my Instagram to here next week. I guess. Can we make them not simps though? Yeah, I've lost like 13 pounds. Yeah, 13 pounds in 5.5 days. Yeah, I that would be the best. If we had like 50 people here on D Live and subscribers only chat. So there's like 20, 30 people chatting and it entices the rest of them. Because I would just gift most of you guys. Yeah, I look different. I feel different. I feel great. Feel great. It's definitely going to be a thing like 4 times a year or something like that. Definitely a thing. I mean, like at this point, I don't need to eat today. Like, and that would make it 6 full days, but I'm going to, I earned it. Have a salad, have a big hearty salad with some chicken, and have a couple beers, have a good night, I really like this open mic because I get to play. I mean, often what will happen is the band that's like, there's like a jam band that likes like headlining it and then jamming after. It's fine. They're boomers. I mean, it's not that good, but it's fine. But then they'll leave by like 10:30, and I'll usually do a solo set after just because I'm the only one there. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'll keep playing. Got my gear, whatever, dude. Got my gear. Thank you. Thank you for the compliments, ladies. Do not drink pee through your nose. Saw it on a video once. Hilarious. Hysterical. All right, guys. We didn't play the intro song today. Crazy, dude. Dude, that was the first TDI in a really long time. We haven't played that. We started with Baby Elephant Waltz. You can see the 13 pounds in my face. That doesn't sound like a compliment. It sounds like you can see the 13 pounds in my face. It's like all right here. It's all right here. This is 13 pounds of fat just under my chin. Once I'm done with that, I'm in the promised land. See you when I see you, guys. Definitely on Monday, maybe a stream this weekend. I'm not sure, but practicing, I get way more out of it. Got a program. I got to do the menu diving tech thing, so have a good one, my people's brethren. Episode number 611, October 8th, 2021. Maybe we'll get to 666 before the end of the year, and in that stream, it's going to be all Bible. I'll talk about it, Bible, whatever. I know it's meant to be nice. I know. I'm just busting your balls because you're one of the boys. Take care, my people's brethren. Thank you for being a lurker, a listener, a hater, a loser, an ignorant, and a people's brethren. Whichever, and it's like a Venn diagram. It's like some of the ignorants are haters, dude. A lot of them are losers. Have a good one, y'all. I'll see you Monday. Maybe sometime this weekend. Follow me on Twitter for announcements, Discord, Instagram. I'll tell you guys if it's going to go down. Peace. Everybody take care now.